That
Promise to help each other, celebrate the joys of life, and to console each other.
Hello. I am sorry, but I must interrupt this show.
You know what it is. Hey, Ham Solo. It's time, baby. Low. Let's turn out we do. Hey.
They said we said we hit. They said we said we on. They said we said we strong. They said we said we gone. We say that you heard right. 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 They said we said we in. They said we said we on. They said we said strong. They said we said we gone. We say that you heard right. We say that you heard right. We say that you heard right. We say that you man. I swear that it's imminent. I've been going so hard on my penmanship. About to go in and buy me a whip. And I pull that shit fresh off the dealership. I can leave you in red like an Xbox. Got me laughing at you like you red fox. Got you chasing Hot Wheels like a matchbox. EA running the game and it don't stop. Super cold like I'm playing for Blizzard. Got you all in my sights like Red Dead Redemption. Never gonna slip on my pimpin'. Better get out my way, bitch, I'm on a mission. Really ain't no competition. I'm steady grilling opposition. I'm get up and ready to win. They can play it how they play, but fuck what you say. I'm getting this money today. Last of us like a dying breed. Down the ride like a noble steed. Fatality moves, I make you bleed. That's on any game, that's on any screen. Shut up and give me your money. They said we so lit. Even if I take an L, we coming back just to show that we don't quit. They said we said we hit. They said we said we on. They said we said we strong. They said we said we gone.
Greetings and salutations, ladies and gentlemen. Fark, welcome in, man. Nice and early. Welcome. I'm Luke Seven, and joining me today, as always, on Everything Plus Gaming on TSWS is Mr. Ham Solo 05. Ham, how you doing?
I'm tired as hell, man. Too much metaphor. Too much metaphor.
Yeah. I anticipated that response.
Yeah, I'm nearing 70 hours on that game.
Oh my lord.
And yeah. Well, I mean, you told me 35 wasn't that much.
Yeah.
I just doubled. That's all I did.
Pretty much, Ham. But in a week, in 1 week, you put in 70 hours. That is crazy.
It's not 1 week.
Didn't it come out last week?
Did it?
I'm pretty sure it came out like on Friday or Thursday or something.
Did it really?
Yeah, but not like this last Thursday, but the Thursday before that. So I guess it's more than a week then.
Yeah, it's like a week and 3 days. Yeah, it's still a lot of time though. I mean, I'm not even gonna front. That's a lot of time.
70 hours for one game. That's crazy, man.
I'm pretty much like I'm damn near to the end. I almost have like I don't want to spoil anything. So I have a lot done. I have a lot done in that game already, and I'm about ready to finish her up. I keep thinking I'm almost finished, and then something happens, and it's not. Yeah, I should have known.
I'm just saying, if you put in 70 hours, unless you're going to do what I'm trying to do with Elden Ring, right? Which
you
is to 100%
forgot the name of the game because you don't play it.
I haven't played in a while, you're right. But unless you're trying to 100% a game, right? By the time you've put in 70 hours, you better be close to the end. I don't care whether it's Persona, I don't care what it is. So yeah. I'm happy that you're almost done.
Yeah, the story is just
Do you feel
really
like you're exhausted? Or you feel like you're kind of scared to finish?
I feel like I'm more scared to finish it than I am exhausted from it, because the thing is like some of the things that I didn't get quite done or is near done but not. I'm like, man, am I going to get this done in time, or am I going to care to get this done after the main guy is beat? And I'm still not sure if if that's gonna happen or not. Like I'm kind of stuck between. Feels like between a rock and a hard place, kind
of. At least you're not tired and you're not like, I want this over with.
But the writing in this game, it's so good. Do you mind if I share something real quick?
Sure. I don't mind spoilers because one
It's
thing that
not a spoiler.
I don't like lying. I don't like lying to myself about is that if you're really honest, right? Most of us don't remember like spoilers for game stories, especially if like I'm probably gonna play Metaphor
Yeah, as
next
long as
year or
it doesn't
something.
reveal the end, right?
Yeah. Most of
This
us will
doesn't
not
reveal the
remember.
end or tell you anything, really.
All right,
It's
so
just like a
let's
interesting
enjoy.
kind of take in today's kind of world, you know?
Okay, let's rip. Let's go. I want to
All
hear
right.
this.
So here it is. And I just thought this was pretty cool.
I must apologize. I was wrong to assume. I was quick to judge. But your rights are not acts of barbarism. Yours is a proud heart. But still, see the truth. Is this your God? A God who demands martyrs, who desires tragedy. Is that truly a God worthy of your devotion and faith?
Oh no. This is getting political.
Arise now, priestess!
That's it.
Oh, my man. I don't know if we're allowed to share such content, bro.
Sour Blow says, "What is this? This is Metaphor.
This is the so-called game of the year, bro.
It's phenomenal." And I thought it was. You know what? I think it's pretty good time to actually bring this tweet into here since you brought this up.
Well, what did I bring up?
Here, I'll throw this out here since you brought it up.
While you put it up there, Fark, thank you for coming in and also for reminding me that picture exists. Vincent Vega, good evening. Verge-based Brizzle, appreciate you for coming through. Sour Blow, bringing his stinking ass Celtics here. Welcome, Sour Blow. Welcome. Verge's about to beat it today. Nice. How many hours have you put into it, Verge? Do you think you could finish it in like 50? I'm curious. Ham, I forgot to ask, does this thing have a difficulty slider?
Yes.
Oh, okay. So if someone wants to beat it on the easiest difficulty, you can just knock it out in like 10, 20 hours.
Nope.
What?
It won't be no 10 or 20 hours. Like, it's not happening.
On the easiest difficulty?
Yeah. It's still a long game. Just because you do that doesn't make it a short game.
Oh my goodness. Verge Brizzle has put in 80 plus hours. Yeah. You're probably going to beat it today. That's wild. So even on the easiest difficulty, how many hours are we talking about, Ham? On the easiest difficulty?
Probably at least 70.
On the easiest?
Yeah. Like, why are you surprised?
I don't know, man. I just thought easiest difficulty would mean, less hurdles.
No.
Clearly, right? Clearly. I was wrong on that specific assumption.
So here we go, right here.
Okay, what's this?
I'll let you just go on ahead and read it.
Okay, I'm genuinely surprised at the lack of grifting around Metaphor Fantasio. The game constantly hits themes around social inequality, racism, classism, mental health, etc. I believe we're seeing a lack of grifters around this game because those idiots can't fucking read. I disagree. I disagree. I like first off, as you just illustrated there, Ham, as you just illustrated, they have English dub. So if the issue was reading, so right off the bat, the last paragraph is bullshit.
Most of the game, a lot of the game you're reading.
There's no actual audio.
There is audio for scenes, but then there's scenes that don't have audio that you just read the text, and that's probably more of it than actual voice acting in the game.
So what you're talking like, I don't know, 60% or 70% of reading instead of actual voice.
Yes. Maybe more, maybe like 75%.
I don't know. I don't know. I think grifters would still latch onto it if it was badly written. I don't have such a low opinion of gamers that I would say what this person has just said.
I kind
Because
of agree with I kind of agree with Joseph right here, Mr. Bad Bear,
which is fine. Which is fine. But again, I would insist that there's reading in a lot of games that have been dissected. I can't think of any at the moment, but there's reading in a lot of games that have been dissected. All I see is people are called grifters when they shit on objectively bad games. That's all I see. The people that are labeled grifters have till today, right? I've never had one person break down what a grifter is, and it makes sense to me. For me, every time people talk about, oh, so and so is a grifter, so and so is a grifter, most of the time, it's just I don't like the fact that this person is shitting on a game that I like. That's what I've seen most of the time. Whether it's Cult Classic Cage or anyone else, most of the time, that's all it is. And Metaphor, whether it was full audio or not, I believe that if there was no reading, as long as it was done the way it was done in this game, and the game came out properly the way it just came out, then I don't think people, the so-called grifters, would be on it.
No, I disagree.
Okay.
Because most of the people that say certain stuff is like, hey, I don't want government in my games. I don't want, like when I heard about like Spider-Man, a game that you didn't really love that much, there was definitely people that were hopping and talking about it just based off of
the second one.
The second one. There were people hating on it for the fact that there was like a scene where you're helping like one boy meet another boy or something like that.
Okay, how is that grifting? How is that grifting?
What do you mean?
I'm saying you're bringing that example up to say that is an example of grifting, correct or no?
Oh, well, I'm bringing it up just saying like we don't want certain things in certain games unless that certain game is like we just don't want like certain things in certain games, but then we give passes to other games that have something similar inside of it, is what I'm trying to say. And doesn't get mocked or mad at or whatever for whatever reason.
Which I think is fine, because people are allowed to not want the thing is, no one sits there and says, I think it's weird that the people in the Middle East, their version of Spider-Man doesn't have that specific mission because their culture does not accept that. I don't see anyone pissed off about that. And the people that point that out, obviously, they're grifters, right? Right? So the picture, the famous picture of Disney hiding Chadwick Boseman's face in China. The people that like to say, oh, so and so is a grifter, so and so is a grifter, they never acknowledge that happened. And if you point it out, you're a grifter. It feels to me, or like the kids would say, it's giving rules for thee, but not for me. Because only the people that are upset at the grifters are allowed to get upset. The grifters shouldn't get upset. They have no right to be upset. That's what I get.
No, what I'm getting is you're mad. Why not be consistent?
Which I'm 1000% with you.
That's all I'm saying. Like this, all like we could go in circles about this all night long. But like my whole thing is like, if you're gonna be mad at one injustice, why not be mad at all of them? Or just how about not be mad?
I think you can be mad at whatever you want to be mad at. Whether you pick and choose, it's fine. I think that's
you
fine.
pick and choose though. Just keep in mind you pick and choose though.
Yeah.
And then people start to see, like, oh, he just cares because it's this, but he doesn't care if it's something else. That may make sense to that person, but for the many, a lot of people would probably look at that as like, oh, he's just kind of picky about something he doesn't really care about. He just cares about this.
And
right?
You know what?
Like you don't really care about government being in your game. You just care about government being in this game.
Ham, you know what really pisses off the people that hate the grifters? It's the fact that no one else is bothered that the grifters only care about that specifically. That's what bothers them, because a lot of the conversations around grifters is that so and so is getting 1 million views. That's what really pisses them off.
It just bothers me when it doesn't even really bother me that much. It's just kind of like I just see it. Let me just say it that way. It doesn't really bother me as much as I'm like, oh, I see it. I see you. When when somebody cares about a specific subject so much, and then the next game happens that has the exact same thing, and they're applauding for it, and I'm just, I don't know. It just, to me, it just doesn't. I don't know. It just doesn't seem right. I don't like it.
Ham, give me 2 minutes. I got an important call from work because of the whole political thing happening here. 1 minute.
Oh no. Looks like Texas is in an uproar today. Ain't that some shit? Let's see, Ty. I see. He says, Loke. Ham's right that that's what a grifter is. They pick and choose. You can't be mad at Dragon Age for having trans characters, but not care when Baldur's Gate does it. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of what I'm getting at. Exactly. Thank you, Ty, for understanding. I mean, to me, that's just simple, right? Like, it's the same type of game, or not in the same type of game, but like, it's like, it has very similar, characteristics to it, to a point where it's just like, if you're mad at one for doing it, why aren't you mad at both or more? So like, yeah, I 100% see what you're saying. Fark says Forge is another grifter. All he cares about is memberships and don't actually care about his audience, but I'll agree the term is overused at times. You know why he cares about the memberships, right? It's because it's the reoccurring revenue that you get from Twitter. You'll make a lot more off of having memberships from
I'm back.
people than you would have if you just got super chats, and that's why he's so serious about everybody becoming a member, getting super chat, or not doing super chats, but like becoming a member and gifting out members, and why he has like a counter for members and whatnot.
What are we talking about?
Well, like the tweet that I put on here. He says Reforge is another grifter. All he cares about is memberships, and don't actually care about his audience. But agree the term is overused at times. Yeah, for sure. The term is overused for sure. Just like every other term, woke is overused.
Oh my goodness!
And 90% of the times it's not used properly. And
99, I would say.
Yeah, sure. I mean, you don't use it properly all the time here, Loke. So you call it.
Hey man,
you say
I
woke
use
all the
it.
time.
I use it the way the majority use it. I don't use it the way I think it should be used.
Yeah,
because
sure.
communication, right? The English language, most of what we say now was not considered proper English.
Well,
so
then stop
as
getting
much
mad.
as we might
Stop getting mad at IGN articles. Then
about what?
Whenever you find a grammatical
grammatical error.
Yeah, you flip out, and I'm just like,
moved.
why even bother if you're willing to call everything, oh, that's just how it is today, then don't be mad at a grammatical error.
And that's what I'm trying to say. A grammatical error. We haven't moved forward beyond putting commas and full stops and certain words. In my opinion, at least, we haven't moved beyond that in terms of the English language, in my personal opinion. But as far as
when it comes to law, just not when it comes to your everyday back and forth.
For me, when it comes to the whole woke thing, you still don't have, like, as much as I agree with you that a lot of people are using it the wrong way. It's been appropriated to say the wrong thing. But that's how the majority of people now understand it. Woke is not what it used to be. Woke used to be you are someone that is out of the matrix. You know the con. You are aware of the veil that is being placed on our eyes. That's what it used to mean. Now, I don't even want to get into what it means now. No, I'm good. So
it
again,
went from
dude,
you know better to you think you know better. That's what the definition went from. Really, like, to put it plainly, it went from you know better than to believe bullshit to this person thinks they knows better than whatever. So I mean, that's
if you think about it. If you think about it in the context of the Matrix, woke is just the evolution of the machines taking the people back into the Matrix. Because now the people think they're awake, but they're really not. They just got another veil put on their eyes, and they actually believed it. This is getting esoteric all of a sudden. Grifter is like the term woke lost its meaning a decade ago. Ham is not Loke's fault. He's from Texas. All right. I meant that you were awake until leftists misappropriate to represent their ideology. Loke is on the run. I appreciate you, Oceans. Appreciate you. But I just want to address Ty's comment. He says, Ham is right. That's what a grifter is. They pick and choose. You can't be mad at Dragon Age for having trans characters, but not care when Baldur's Gate does it. So with this specific example, I don't think this is a good example, in my opinion.
Of course you don't.
So my main point is that people are allowed to pick and choose, because people will say, right, the same people that will tell you we shouldn't buy electric vehicles because they're actually not good for the environment because of all the the slavery, mining, or whatever in Africa and whatever for cobalt. Is it cobalt? I don't know. I'm forgetting the name of the material that they use for the batteries in electric vehicles. Those same people are telling you this through their iPhones, through their laptops, right? So what happened there was they chose to not be consistent, because there's also slavery happening for these phones to get made, for these laptops to get made, and the same materials that are being mined in these places are also being used for cell phones and laptops and tablets, etc., right? But this same person has chosen to say, for the same type of exploitation, this person has chosen to say, no, the issue of the vehicles I'm choosing to be upset about. The issue of the phones and laptops I'm choosing not to be offended about. And then they like to veil it around, oh, but cell phones are essential. Says who? Says who? You have decided that cell phones are essential. But people, till this day, there's people that survive with no cell phones. How do they do it? You're just being inconsistent. Which for me,
I feel
again,
like that's
right?
I feel like this example stinks.
Because, and be specific.
Like it's just not really getting to the point very well.
Ooh, that's you not being specific.
It feels like there's a lot being made to make this point.
Still not being specific.
Okay, well, I mean that's kind of what I'm saying. You're not being as specific.
I was specific. Because Ty brought up a point that said there's trans customization in 2 games. People, the grifters, according to Tai, grifters are people that choose to be offended about trans representation in one game, but not in the other game. And I brought up an example, a very specific example about people that get pissed off, right, about slavery for 2 specific products, and they choose to be offended for one side of the production, and that's fine. So I was specific with my example, pointing out that it's perfectly fine for someone to pick one side to be offended about and the other side to not be offended about, because we do that every single day as a society.
I'm
You
saying
said
it does.
my example
I'm saying
doesn't
it.
make sense, but you're at no point were you specific about why my example doesn't make sense.
Yo,
I
I'm gonna
was
put it.
specific,
I'm
so
gonna
was
put it
Ty.
simply. Then I'm gonna put it simply. Then, if a person gets in trouble for sexual harassment that works in the NFL, that played for, let's say,
Not the Raiders.
let's say he played for the Chargers, right? And he got released for the Chargers for sexual misconduct, right?
Mm-hmm.
He tries to get a job at the Chiefs. The Chiefs say, bro, we see your rap sheet. That ain't good. And the fans are like, yeah, good choice. All the fans say, yeah, that's a good choice. The country knows about what happened to bro. But then he decides, I'll try to play for the Vikings. And the Vikings were one of the first people to say, hey, get that guy off the team. But seeing that they just lost somebody at the position that they need, and he happens to be able to play that position, they pick him up.
Mm-hmm.
Do you not see the problem with that?
Yeah, but where's the grifter here? In your example,
the grifter is the Vikings for saying that, hey, we don't like that. We should have we helped get that guy off the team, and then all of a sudden they're like, hey, we actually need that.
All right, so let me tell you why your example doesn't fit. And unlike you, I'm going to be specific. I'm going to be specific. The reason your example doesn't fit is because right now we're talking about grifters. We're talking about commentators of specific subjects, right?
Yep, and
We're
not
not
specific.
talking. Let me finish. And we're not talking about companies. We're talking about individuals. So in this example, the neither of the teams are grifters, because neither of the team is a specific person, like the accused Cult Classic Cage, like the accused Reforge Gaming. Neither one of them is a specific content creator that's commenting on a situation. That is me being specific about why your specific example doesn't fit what Ty first said here in his comment, doesn't fit what I said in mine. Because in mine, I followed his logic to the T. He's talking about a grifter that's commenting about 2 games. I'm talking about a specific an example of another grifter that's talking about 2 specific products. But when you bring up 2 teams behaving differently towards a player, that's not a grifter situation. Ty, come on. Come on, Ty. What is this? What are we doing? Ham, did what I
I'm
say just
wondering what
make
you're
sense?
doing. You beating the hell out of this topic. I think we all know what a grifter is, but you feel the need to reintroduce it to us repeatedly.
I'm not trying to reintroduce it. I'm challenging its validity. That's all. Because the people pointing fingers saying that these people are grifters cannot even quantify what a grifter is.
A grifter, we have quantified it to you. You just choose not to agree with what we quantify it as. That's not our problem.
All right then.
But at the same time, like,
no, that's it.
Somebody, no. Let me throw this out here. You see somebody that will hate something without playing it just because it has something that's involved with it, and then run and play something else that has something else that's involved within it that they don't like from the thing that they're mad about in the first place. That's all I'm saying. It's weird. Like it or not, or agree, disagree, whatever. You asked me how I felt about it, and I'm telling you, it's weird. I don't like it. It is what it is, though. Like, because I don't control these people at the end of the day. I don't control their followers or anything. I don't know how much money they get. I don't really care. But like, we all know, hey, when we see a person that's just doing something and then they're getting a whole lot of cash only when they do that, but when they do what they usually say that they actually like to do, they get nothing. I mean, come on, man. All right. I mean, some of my favorite people are like, or not my favorite people, but like some of my favorite, like, some of my favorite people to watch are grifters. They are. Some of them are entertaining and some of them are just shit. Like, it just is what it is. We've been watching grifters ever since we've watched local news. Like, you know, like it's not insane to act like it ain't normal, because it is normal. I mean, we were literally raised around it, and we were kind of programmed to think, hey, we either like this program or we like this program. And if we like that program, we must shit on the other program because it's no good, even though, you know, half the time it's kind of the same.
Interesting. Ty says, what? A grifter is someone who moves from point to point based on how the people feel. If it's popular to hate Yubi and you hate them because everyone says you should hate them, you're a grifter. Yeah, but Ty, then you're now assuming intent. And to that, I would say, who are you to assume anyone's intent? know what they feel in their hearts. I don't know about that, bruv.
As a customer, he can do that.
I don't know.
As a customer, he can though,
Who can
because
do
he
that?
is still a customer. Like if you show up at TSWS, you're technically a customer. Whether you pay or not, you walked in and enjoyed the entertainment. You're a customer.
Okay.
You are. Every person that walks into Walmart, whether they buy something or not, they're customers. Right? So like, I mean, that's kind of what I'm just kind of seeing right here. Is this is like he's just saying like when you're following the crowd, instead of actually like when we kind of don't even know anymore, whether it's you or the crowd, I can understand where he's coming from when he feels this type of way, because we've all felt this type of way before, where we're like, is that you talking or is that you talking for the crowd?
Okay, so Ty is a customer. He can come here. He can infer intent from TSWS, and that's fine. Is that the logic? Is that the logic that you're going with? That's my question.
I guess so.
Come on, bro. I'm just trying to confirm what you just said. That's all I'm saying. So is it a yes or no? That's all I'm saying.
It sounds I don't know. It sounds like a bear trap is what you're trying to say. So I'm just gonna say
I'm just repeating what you just said, bro. You can just say no. You can just say no, Ham.
I don't know why I can't just say I guess and you just move on. Why do I have to ultra define it? Like, what's the point being made after I ultra define?
Hey man, if you want to move on, it's fine. Because I mean, again, I didn't bring up the topic. If you want to move on, I don't see a problem. I don't see a problem with that. We can delve deeper when Taye comes in, so he can confirm that, because it seems like you're reluctant to double down on his specific.
It's not that I'm reluctant. I just kind of don't care. I feel like we talk about woke stuff all the time, so like it's just like I'm ready whenever.
Again, Ham. If you rewind, right? I didn't even put the tweet up. This
I know, and I wasn't talking about woke stuff either, right? I was just talking about like I was just talking about the irony in what you said. So you kind of did bring it up because when I brought up the video, you're like, oh, this is touching around this, and I was like, oh, well, since you brought that up, I'll bring up this tweet. So yeah, you did bring it up.
Okay, these people are grifters. Let's keep it pushing, because it seems like you don't really want to engage in this one. So I'll come at Ty. Ty, I sent you the invite. We can go.
Well, it's not that I don't want to engage. I just don't really see where this is going, or like I guess I just don't really see the benefit.
All right, that's fair. That's also fair, because we're all allowed to look at subjects and be like, I don't see any value in this. That is 1,000% fair. Like you should. No one should be forced to speak on stuff that they don't want to talk about. What IGN? Get out, Ty. Get out. No one should be forced to speak about stuff that they don't want to talk about, or like you said to me last week, no one should not speak on something that they want to speak about. So that's fair enough. Loke is my favorite. Grifter tricked me into loving Texas just as much as he does. I'm telling you, dude. I don't live in Texas. Right? I've never been to Texas, but my first trip to the States, that's the first place I want to go. I think it's the best state that you guys have, in my opinion. I might be wrong, but I think it's number one, like no doubt. I from the stuff I've seen about Texas, I can't wait to see it. Ham, is there another tweet you want to put up, another bookmark that you have there? Because this is actually a nice way to start the show. Interesting discussions.
No, like I said, I only brought up that one. I was trying to invite Ty there, but apparently we don't even follow each other. I thought we did, unless he made his
No,
like a new
I
account.
already sent him the link.
Okay, well, whatever.
Yeah.
No, I only brought that up because of your answer towards the video.
Bro, play that video again, Ham. Play that video again, and I'll tell you the exact spot that could get us in trouble.
I don't know why you keep saying us. I'm not getting in trouble for anything.
All right.
Maybe that's how they treat y'all out in Texas. But
Yo,
like,
you leave Texas alone. Leave Texas alone.
I don't know what you're talking about by get us in trouble.
I must apologize.
I mean, I can tell you the exact part that you're talking about too. I just go up to it.
Which part?
Right here.
Your God. Is this your
God?
Oh,
yeah. Right there. So you even know exactly why. I was like, yo.
That's because everybody's soft when it comes about when it comes around like anything that has when it comes to like God or anything, people internalize, oh, they're talking to me, and they almost completely forget that they're still in a fantasy.
That's true.
And they and they immediately internalize it as, oh, now I need to compare and contrast it to my beliefs. And it's like, wait a second. You weren't comparing and contrasting when you were just swinging your sword around just a second ago. Like, would you do that in real life? Probably not. So, like,
no.
So it's just like, when I see people,
I'm not a blonde woman in real life.
They wait to get pissed off until a cutscene does something untraditional, even though the whole game is untraditional. They're like, oh, this part right here is nuts. And I'm like, no, it's not. Like, it's really not that insane. Like, if you looked around and seen the world that they're living in, then you would see this as just like a kind of a product of the situation that they're in. I could see how it's easy to be like, oh, there goes the God word. I'm out. You know, like, like it's
Man.
silly.
And it's not just that the word came out. It's the context in which it came out, and then all of these extras that comes after. It's very easy for other people to, make a lot of assumptions and make leaps and bounds. But it was done so well in this game that people can't. You have to make the leaps yourself, but you can't point fingers, and that's why, right? That's why a lot of people criticize a lot of modern writing for the modern audience, because it's not done like this. It's not tasteful. It's not something that people have to sit there and be like, "Ooh, what did they really mean?" The modern writing now is so on the nose. It's right there. It's so obvious. It's this is a fantasy game, but we're in 2024 in the fantasy game. It's like, no, we're not. Why are you bringing me to 2024 in the fantasy game? But anyway, welcome in, Ty. Welcome. How you doing?
What's poppin', guys? How's everyone doing?
Chilling. You rocked up, and I didn't even get to ask him what he was playing besides Metaphor and NBA 2K.
There's nothing else.
Wow, no life in it. All right, Ty, what have you been playing?
Metaphor through and through. Very enjoyable game. I'm loving the combat. The story points are interesting. Metaphor is actually, to the point you were just saying, it's very on the nose. Like, they're not being subtle. They're telling you exactly that this is discrimination, this is capitalism, this is racism, this is all these things. This is classism. So, and I think I get what you're trying to say when you say, like, hey, listen, everything is just on the nose. Like, they're not trying to be subtle with these messaging. And I feel like that also comes down to just the younger generation. I think you kind of need to spoon feed them a little bit, and people don't want to work hard. I feel like everyone has this very lazy mindset, like with TikTok and shorts. It's like, listen, if you ain't saying what I want you to say, or you ain't saying it straight up, then I don't have time to dissect what you're trying to do or say. But at the same time, I do think we do have quality movies and TV shows that actually do make us think. and work hard. It's just there's a increase in these shows that don't make us think and work hard for the messaging.
Yeah, yeah, and I'm glad you added that last part there, because I was going to say exactly that. That dude, yes, TikTok brain, it does exist, but TikTok brain only exists because every other piece of media facilitates it. You know, it doesn't help that YouTube Shorts feeds into it. Facebook also has their version, etc., etc. So when we see games like this, when we see games like Elden Ring, when you see games that make you earn it, suddenly you start seeing a whole bunch of these kids with TikTok brain. Suddenly they go out and earn it. So is it TikTok brain, or is it people just reacting to what's in front of them?
I think it's a bit of both. Remember when the Johnny Depp and Amber Heard case went down,
Oh my
and
god.
a lot of the news that people were getting were actually from TikTok and all these, content creators. And because TikTok says, listen, you can only explain this shit in 1 minute, you have to take an hour of information into 60 seconds. And this is the
It's silly.
crazy thing. They do it so well that at some point you start to question yourself and say, well, why am I watching the hour analysis when the 1 minute, 2 minute analysis is actually good enough? I'll give another example. I started watching YouTube videos of like TV show recaps and movie recaps. These dudes are dissecting a whole movie that's 2 hours long into 20 minutes or 15 minutes.
What?
And I'm telling you right now, it doesn't waste your time because they go straight to the main points. Even TV shows. My friend now, he's into a lot of manhwa, which is like the Korean version of manga.
Oh,
And
those are
these
nice.
guys, they take
Solo
the whole
leveling.
thing. Yeah, they're great. They're great. It takes a whole thing, and these dudes dissect it into like 4 hours, 5 hours, and it's really enjoyable. It's really concise. It takes you to the point. You could watch a movie that's terrible or a TV show that's or average, and because they highlight the best part, it becomes a good TV show or a good movie. And I feel like that is part of the TikTok brain where you start to ask yourself questions like, do I really need to, digest this piece of content for 10 hours when there is an alternative that is faster and just gets straight to the point? So I don't feel like it's kids as well. I feel like it's adults to an extent.
I've used TikTok, and
Mm-hmm.
I would say that I don't suffer from this.
You like the
That's all I'm gonna
long
say.
form engaging in content,
Yeah, dude, I still buy books. I still like to watch and listen to 1 hour long podcasts and
Mm-hmm.
stuff.
Yeah.
I don't suffer from that, because even the like the quick recaps or whatever, they don't give you the texture of what you are consuming, of what the media is that they are recapping. And for me, that matters. Someone might be saying that I'm exaggerating, but that's just how I feel about it. I
No,
need to
I mean,
watch the
listen.
full 2 hours of the movie.
Oh, listen, I'm with you there, but I'm seeing the ease of it. It is very attracting to like a piece of manga or anime and say, yo, they have some interesting concepts, but I don't know if I want to invest all my time into watching the whole season. And then this guy comes along and says, don't worry about that. I've taken the best parts, I've taken the story, I've dissected 10 hours of content into 40 minutes. Here you go, bro. Yeah, I'm watching that.
Jesus.
I love it. I love it
Oh,
because
God.
because the show itself is like rated a 6 out of 10 because it's not that good. The writing is poor, all that kind of stuff. You skip all the nonsense, the bad writing, the bad stuff, and you just get straight to the good parts.
You know, I might just do that for One Piece. Like, I think One Piece is the one exception in all of media that if you want to skip a whole lot of stuff and get to the meat of it, I won't judge you. Because I
Mhm.
don't think there's anything else with like 1,000+ episodes. I don't think
Yeah,
there's anything
One
else.
Piece is insane, and like it's still
Yeah,
going on. It's crazy.
yeah, One Piece is crazy. And there's no filler. At least I
Yeah.
haven't seen any filler. I'm on like the 700th episode. I haven't seen much filler. Anyways, Ty, let's get to the thing that got you itching to come on here 15 minutes earlier. Please tell me, what is a grifter?
Okay. A grifter is somebody. A grifter is somebody who follows the crowd. They don't really have any opinions of their own, but whatever the crowd says they should do, they will do. So if the crowd says, "Let's hate,"
Pause.
Mhm.
How do you know it's not their opinion?
Because you can infer intent.
How can you infer intent?
Okay, so let's give an example right now. Let's say this is a personal story that happened to me. Well, I mean, it's not like that bad, but when I was making Starfield content, somebody told me and said, Starfield has pronouns in it. This is disgusting. This is bad. It's masculine. It's feminine. Blah 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 blah. This kind of stuff. This person has cyberpunk as their YouTube thumbnail. Then you go back and forth, and then you ask and say, okay, but what did you complain? Did you refuse to buy Starfield? I mean, Cyberpunk. They didn't. They love Cyberpunk. Do you see the difference here? If you're gonna say this is my issue,
hold on,
you have to stand on that issue.
Then let me. All right, you make a point, and then I get to respond. Right?
Go ahead, fire away.
Il Ray Tito, welcome. Oshus, don't be like that. Don't be like that. Paris is a friend of the channel, a distant friend, but he's a friend of the channel. Anyways, as I was saying, so you're using these specific pronoun, using this example, right, of a content creator, and correct me if I'm wrong. Yeah, correct me if I'm wrong. You're using the example of a content creator shitting on Starfield, pushing pronouns, even though they're a super fan of CD Projekt Red, that we all know is very friendly with the whole pronoun thing.
Yes.
Do I have that right?
Yes, you have that right.
Because of that, that perceived inconsistency on your side, they're a grifter. Is that it?
Yes, because they're moving from point to point. So, for example, you would have no reason to have that as a complaint. If this was something you genuinely felt something about, like, you actually feel like this is an issue, you'll be consistent throughout, 100%. You can't pick and choose when you want to apply something how you feel, because that's not correct, right? That's incorrect. That's an inconsistency right there. That's why I said we can infer intent. So if you say something like, let's stop all the immigrants from coming to this country, whatever it is, right?
Oh my God, this guy going straight for the jugular.
You talking about me?
Yeah, I'm talking about you. Oh my goodness.
Okay, we can tone it down.
Wow.
we can tone it down.
Yeah, just a little bit, bro.
Okay, let me tone it down a little bit. Let's say
your example, Baldur's Gate, was nice. I liked it.
Yeah, the Baldur's Gate example is probably the one of the best ones. But even Star Wars to an extent, right? Like I'll show you an example of a grifter, right? So this literally happened today when I'm talking to my Star Wars friends, and I've spoken to others about this as well. If you say Acolyte is bad because it's woke and DEI, okay, that's your stance. That's how you feel. You saw diversity, you think E equals bad. It's DEI. It's terrible. Perfect. Cool. Then I say, well, what about Andor? You say, no, Andor is great. But wait, but Andor is woke and DEI as well. They're the exact same things. So there's an inconsistency there. Because they're both diversity, they're both DEI, they're both woke. You've chosen to hate one.
They're both the modern definition of woke.
Yeah, you've chosen to hate one, but the other one gets a pass. The question is why? You don't believe in what you're saying. Somebody told you to hate Acolyte, so you hate it. That's what I'm trying to get to get across. These people move with the wind. So it's when Paris said about Dreamcast guy, when he said, "Yo, I spoke to this dude.
And he said, yo, listen, the audience loves it. They tell me what to make, and I just make that stuff. At some point, if Ushers becomes your main core, and then all these other ushers come into your chat and they start shitting on Xbox, and then you then say, okay, I'm going to start shitting on Xbox too now, because the crowd wants me to shit on Xbox. You are a grifter. What are your values? What do you actually feel about Xbox? Because I know how you feel about Xbox, but if you switch up because the fans are telling you to switch up, you are a grifter.
All right. So the reason why I waited for you to make all these examples and for you to re-emphasize the whole thing about switching up and whatever. Essentially, Ty, people can't change their mind. They're grifters. And I won't even use other examples. I'll use myself as an example. For years, I've been shitting on Xbox and PlayStation about the 8K, 4K, 120 frames per second, all this other rubbish on the box. Then you guys came in here to TSWS and even brought in technical people that broke it down why I was wrong. And I changed my mind to the popular sentiment, because the popular sentiment is that they didn't lie on those boxes. That's the popular sentiment. I changed my mind. By your logic, I even faced with new information that defeats my previous position, that has all the logic in the world, I should now double down and stick to my guns. Otherwise, I'm a grifter. Because that's what grifters do. Grifters.
I don't think that's what Ty is saying. I don't think that's what Ty is saying.
Grifters say one thing, and then other people come in, tell them what to think, and if it happens to be the popular sentiment, they switch up, and then that becomes their position.
I don't think that's what Ty is saying, because you just labeled out a way of somebody properly figuring out something, exactly. and actually
you guys agree with that.
No. I let you talk, so my turn.
Actually, you didn't, Ham. You tried to cut me off 2 or 3 times just now. Before I finished my last point, you actually tried to cut me off 2 or 3 times.
You went to a finishing part to your conversation, so I thought it was a safe spot to enter, and then you continued. That's what happened.
If you had interjected once and then stopped, it'd be cool. But you interjected 2 or 3 times. You can rewind the tape.
Sure. Okay, but anyways, as I was saying, the person listed out, or you just got done saying, the person realized, listed out, and gave reasons as to why he switched and then made the switch. What Ty is saying is he sees activity, he plays towards activity, no need for any sort of reason. 2 totally different ways.
Is that what you're saying, Ty?
Yeah, I think I missed some there. Sorry, I was checking something real quick. Yeah, so when Ham says like, okay, so okay, let's go back to your example, right? You had an idea, or you had a notion of something, right? This didn't come from the crowd. It came from how you felt about it. So already that's the first step gone. You can't be a grifter because this is how you feel. So that's number 1. Number 2, we presented you with facts, which you then applied and said, oh, okay, I get you guys now, right? Cool. Okay, Ham's right, Ty's right. You guys you're giving me evidence. It's kind of like when we were going through the, the corporations that were traded on the stock exchange. We went through the list, me, you, and Ushers and Ham, and then you were like, okay, you know what? There's a lot of companies here. You're right, guys. I'm going to switch up my stance. You can't be a grifter by default. You're taking evidence and you're applying it. What a grifter, here's where it's inconsistent. It becomes inconsistent if we gave you the evidence and you said to yourself, this is true, and I'm being inconsistent now because it's been proven wrong. However, my audience or people are telling me that I shouldn't switch up. So I ain't going to switch up. I'm going to keep this attitude. I'm going to keep this persona because it just makes sense to me right now. This is the grift. This is you.
Okay.
Not
so if we're going with new information, and this is where I ultimately wanted to get to, I'm not even going to lie. If we're going with someone presented fact, therefore, right? My following point would be, actually I have 2 points on this one. The first one is, these grifters, did they present incorrect facts? For example, our precious acolyte, when people were making fun of the fact that there was fire in space in one of the scenes of the acolyte, did that not happen? Was that a falsehood? Right? So that's the first one. The first point is, are these grifters presenting incorrect information? Second, when it comes to the presentation of points of view, who decides what's true and what isn't? I need a response for that one, Kaya.
Okay.
When people,
so the first one you said,
are they lying? Are these grifters? Are they lying?
Yeah, but two things can be true, but the underlining, the situation matters, right?
Be specific, because I was specific just now when
okay.
I brought up the example
So how can I? Okay, let me give you an example, right? Let's say I say, I think
soon, Elemental Hero, soon.
Let's say I think, hey, listen, I think Star Wars is bad, except the older ones, whatever, right? And then somebody comes to you and says, Ty says Star Wars is bad. I did say that, but he's leaving out important information. I said the older ones are not bad. So two things are true, but misinformation, because now you think I think Star Wars is bad. So to go to the first one where you said acolytes, fire, falsehood, right? That's perfectly fine. If because from what I remember here, maybe Ushers can confirm this. If you said, "Yo, this show sucks so bad because they have fire shown in space," but then somebody points out like, whoa, but Star Trek did it, Galactus did it, Expanse did it,
the original Star Wars did it,
and the original Star Wars did it, and then your response is, "Oh, okay, you got me there." That's a grift. You didn't care back then with all these other shows, but you care with Star Wars. The question is why?
I'll tell you why, and why I think that's perfectly okay. And I'll bring it back to video games as well. It's okay because the product was so good, no one noticed. No. I was saying this on my Football Manager stream the other day. The purpose of entertainment is to take us from where we are to a faraway place. If your entertainment fails to take me to the world of Metaphorie Fantasio, and then all I'm seeing is modern day rubbish, then you have failed. You're not entertaining me. Now you're just pissing me off, you're irritating me, or your product is subpar. Because flaws, my friend, we can find flaws in every movie, in every TV show, in every video game. Even Metaphorie Fantasio has flaws in its writing, in its world building. You just have to look around. You're going to find people that actually have the time and the patience to look and find these flaws. You know what the difference is? No one gives a fuck. Because the product is so good, no one cares.
That's not a valuable reviewer. That's somebody who you shouldn't trust then, because they're telling you. Because listen, if I go to you, Loke, and I ask you straight up, like, review Football Manager to me, I expect you to tell me the pros, the cons, how the gameplay works, the issues with the game, the graphics. Tell me everything. That's a review, and that's what I expect. However, you can't tell me, well, I really like the gameplay, so I'm just gonna not talk about the graphics. Well, that's not a review. That's nothing. You asked me about Metaphor Refantasy. The first one I said to you when I started talking about the game is like, yo, I feel like the mascot moments aren't as good as Persona 5. It doesn't matter if I love this game. I'm telling you the facts of the game. I'll tell you right now, yeah, for a PS5 or next gen game, this game doesn't push graphic. It doesn't do much graphically, but the aesthetics are pretty good. The game has numerous loading screens, but the game is a little bit different from Starfield, right? I can give you all these facts about the game.
Leave Starfield out of this.
The fact that like I've just said, you know what, this is it, yeah. I like the fact that this game talks about racism and discrimination, so I ain't gonna talk bad about it. That's a weird ass review. That's a weird ass grift. This is like that chick who reviewed Wukong and said, "Yo, it doesn't got girls in it, so I'm just gonna give it a
no
pass."
Women.
That's a weird ass review, right? So if I'm reviewing Acolyte, I'm gonna tell you everything that I like about Acolyte. I'm gonna tell you what I didn't like about Acolyte, but I'm not gonna pick something and bully it over something that I actually don't care about. That's the problem with these people. Listen, Star Wars Outlaws.
So you don't like the review process. That's what you're saying. So someone with a bad review is a grifter. Then is that what you're saying?
Well, no, is the analysis, the underlying analysis that goes into it, right? Because if I'm playing it's like, I'll give you an example, right? Even Starfield, right? I was talking to some friends about Starfield, and they were like, "Oh, the gunplay sucks." And I'm like, "Bro, you didn't even play the game. How'd you know?" He was like, "I just know. Like, I saw some videos." And I said, "What other RPG game that has shooting mechanics that's as good as Starfield, apart from Cyberpunk?"
Yeah, I was going to say Cyberpunk.
Apart from Cyberpunk, the answer, there's nothing. So what are you comparing it to? Then it's like, well, Call of Duty. How are you going to compare RPG game to Call of Duty? It's stupid, right? But then my next question is, do you compare other RPG games or other games with shooting mechanics to first-person shooters? The answer is no. It's a grift. You're not applying your logic across the board. You've chosen
the reason.
Go ahead.
The reason why I kind of stuck to when you talked about reviews, the reason why I kind of grabbed onto that is because I was rewatching my video the other day that I made about Suicide Squad after Ham said that he loved the game, or not loved it, but that he was enjoying it or whatever. And I guess by your metric, I would be a grifter because first off, I didn't play the game, but my video on Suicide Squad was not about the gameplay. It was specifically about the story and a specific story beat to do with Batman. Right? That was the big point there that really irked me. So before we bring in Oshes here, by your definition, would that be me grifting that video that I made about Suicide Squad?
If you're saying that, hey, listen, guys, I want to talk about the story of Suicide Squad, blah blah blah, and you go deep into it, that's perfectly fine.
But I haven't played it yet.
Yeah, but you can talk about the story. Like you could watch the video on YouTube. Like that's perfectly fine.
It leaked quickly, bro. That story.
Yeah,
yo.
Yeah, or for example, you could tell us how you feel about the spoilers. What happened in Batman. But I think the main thing to take away, because I think we're kind of touching on like some secondary points. The primary point is it's an issue when the crowd is moving you, and you're not actually telling me how you feel about the product. That's the issue. Like, let me give you another like just crazy example.
But the crowd was also pissed off about Batman. How do you know that I wasn't moved by the crowd? Hold on. Answer me this. How do you know that I was not moved by the crowd in my video about Batman?
I don't know, but I'll say this, yeah. But if something similar happened to Spider-Man, Green Lantern, and all those other superheroes, and you said nothing, you didn't care, but now you care about Batman, but then I got to start looking into you and say, okay, but why? Why is it that like when it happens to everyone else, you didn't care? Now you could say, well, it's a subjective thing because Batman is my hero and all this kind of stuff. That's fine. I think when it comes to stories, it's a little bit different. It's a little bit subjective. But I'll give you the point I wanted to say about Starfield. This is when someone just talking shit. Somebody else was saying how like, oh, the enemies are like sponges in Starfield. They should die in a few hits, and I'm like, bro, I'm level 5, and the guy I'm shooting is level 44. How's he gonna die in 2 bullets? This is an RPG game. Are you saying all RPG games should not be like one hit kills? Because you play RPG games, right? And he's like, yeah. I guess you're right. He's like, what do you mean I'm right? I shouldn't be right. This is just common freaking sense. He's like, oh, I get it. The statement you said you would never apply to any other RPG game because obviously that's common sense, but you're applying it to Starfield for some reason because somebody told you not to like Starfield. So you have to find reasons to hate Starfield. This is a grifter.
So the person that told you to not like Starfield, they're not a grifter. The person that listens to the person that told them to not like Starfield, they're a grifter. Yes?
Exactly. Ushers is a grifter. Ushers is a grifter as well.
Oh my god. All right, Ushers, welcome in. Tell us what you've been playing and how you're doing.
So in terms of playing, I've been playing a lot of First Descendant, Predator, and in between just doing a lot of editing. Just a little bit burnt out from that. But yeah, that's pretty much it. I don't think I picked up anything new. And of course, Wanted Dead. So those are the 3 games I'm currently in the middle of.
The Mechanic, welcome in. Says the grift there is just Xbox hate, making up reasons to hate that seem legitimate when they should just say, I hate this game because Xbox sucks. Yo!
I mean, I was gonna agree with him, but like, that last part, I don't know. But look, to the Xbox point, just real quick. Remember that video you guys played? Remember that video you guys played about Hargi when he was bashing, walking simulators, and then all of a sudden Xbox drops a walking simulator, and he's like, "This game is dope." Like, what would you call that? It's shit when PlayStation does it. He says God of War is a walking simulator, but
it's not.
Hellblade 2 is not. It has more gameplay.
You know what? I finished God of War.
Walking simulator.
Hellblade felt more like you're gonna put them next to each other, right? You should put them next to each other. In my opinion, Hellblade is more of a walking sim than God of War. Sure, there's lots of places where you walk in God of War, but Hellblade, goddamn.
And there's two reasons why he probably said that. Number one is probably the whole Xbox console war stuff. That's fine. The other reason is it's probably just a grift. I know if I say this, the Xbox guys are going to be happy. It's going to piss off the PlayStation guys. This is the console war narrative, so I got to play into it. Does he really feel that way? That's the question. If you can ascertain that he doesn't feel that way because it's an inconsistent, it's a grift.
But like that means by all the BS.
But by that metric, everyone is a grifter, though. Like, I mean, that means that every media outlet out there is a grifter, or whoever represents those media outlets, they're all grifters because they chop and change according to whatever the popular thing is.
No. And I know you're trying to bring in my precious IGN into this. I know you're trying to. I'm going to stop you. No. I'm going to stop you very quickly, Oshers. Very quickly.
Yeah. I'll actually defend the IGNs
on this topic.
Because
we disagree because it's not IGN the monolith that gives ratings or like personal opinions. It's IGN is tantamount to TSWS in like 5 to 10 years, and Oshus is a contributor, and Ty is a contributor, and Cozy is a contributor, and it's like 50 people up in here. And then when Cozy says something controversial, oh, TSWS sucks. No.
Okay, so fine. That okay, that was fair when IGN was like, okay, fine. Like, this was fair when IGN was faceless. But now all these guys have their own channels where they make all these statements and they say all these things on their own social media accounts, and they work for IGN. So the point I'm making is very simple, is that those people are also grifters. But they just happen to work for a big publication because all of them change. Same like I was saying with Paris, because I mean, if you had to look at, like, for instance, the stuff that, and I always go back to my Cyberpunk example of, like, everyone was on the dick riding that game like crazy until the game turned out to actually be faulty and broken. And then all of a sudden everybody was backtracking and we didn't know. And I'm like, come on, guys. Really? You did it for the merch. You're telling me you didn't ask questions? You sit with these guys, you smile at them, you don't ask no questions. They've given you no gameplay of like for instance, current generation, which was PS4 and Xbox One. They've shown you nothing. You're happy with everything they've shown you. You've not scrutinized them. You've not treated them like another part, like for instance, an EA, where you would be asking all sorts of questions because you are, to some degree, you do some investigative journalism when it comes to certain people. So yeah, like I'm just saying that, like, to me, that this is, if you are going to define grifter that way, then all those personalities that represent those publications are grifters because they don't stand for anything. What do they believe in?
I got a few grifters I could show you guys.
Let's go. And to Osh's point, yes, you're right. You're right, Oshis. I agree with that.
You guys ready?
Yeah, let's go.
I can tell you that I'm not. And I'm actually gonna turn this on. I'm gonna mute my mic. I'm gonna let it go, and I'm gonna let you guys go for a little bit with it first. Have some fun with it because this is fuck. I listened to this while you guys were talking and whatnot, and I was like, "Oh my god, these guys really said this on a podcast."
Which guys? Ham, the trailer for this movie is making me very hard. Let's see the movie. Come on. Stop teasing.
That's foul. But
stop teasing.
Learned he is an actor.
Is this the
that
from? Oh yeah, I saw this.
Like, as we've already learned, he is an actor. Now that we know that in the future, now go back and watch this, knowing that information, and listen to how he talks.
Yeah, he's a mouthpiece
and tries to manipulate you. Listen to how and his voice cracks when he starts talking about dramatic things. Just listen.
Oh, I'll catch on the voice cracks.
Look, I've loved games all my life. I played them all my life, from Kingdom Hearts.
Oh my god!
No, you didn't.
Golden Sun.
He's leaning really hard into it, obviously.
And it started with my dad, right? He got me
Wakanda forever.
He understood, that games are an art form. It's a great space to enjoy and escape from the reality of the world. And he passed away a while back. And I'll tell you what, I'm still figuring it out.
You didn't meet him though.
The way his hands moving under that cape looks fucking ridiculous. Sorry.
By the way, if you're like a British black person, why? I'm sorry. I have no black person to bounce this off of.
Yeah,
why are you wearing your
no
Rafiki or
because he's leaning?
Yeah, you're right. He's wearing
why
this sort of like.
The thing? Why are you wearing the cape? The side
I got my Kwanzaa costume on.
Sammy,
exactly. Why are you wearing the Kwanzaa
His game is based off of his culture, and he's leaning heavy into it too.
But he doesn't know his culture.
While speaking in an accent that's more English than mine.
I don't know if he knows his culture, but listen.
I'm telling you, he doesn't know his fucking culture.
No, I know, but he brings up his dad, and he's like, okay, you know what? Respectable. Brings up his dad, and his dad passed away.
But 4 years ago, I decided that I needed to try and process my grief in a way that felt true to me and him. So I took the biggest risks of my life, and through everything that I had in making a game, a piece of art that honored him, an ode to the people we have loved and lost.
Wow, that is
this is like fucking Hamlet here. This is the
pure manipulation. Like, guys, before I show you this piece of shit that I made, let me tell you that I'm going to immediately tie it to the death of my father so that you can only think of that while you're watching. You bastard.
That's by the way, because Gerard
did like feminine energy.
Gerard did the same damn thing with his mom passing away from frontal temple.
It's actually a hard watch, to be honest. I find it very poor taste, nasty, disgusting. That even if you the idea that somebody is explaining how their game came about and the process. Because if you told me to, tell people about my game, yeah, I would sound like this as well. I'll tell you I played games as a kid. I'll tell you all these things. I'll tell you the people who got me into games. I know exactly. It was my cousins, my older cousins, that got me into video games. I'll say all these things that he's saying as well. And you go on stage, and of course you try to perform in the best way possible. Yeah, your voice might crack here and there. You might feel a particular way. But for me to say that, well, it's bullshit, you're a liar. Like, why? I don't understand.
I mean,
why it's so deep for these people.
I'm just surprised that you guys expect this much, or like people are so like these are like this whole thing. It's not even. I wouldn't even call this grifting. I would call this just bad faith argument.
Yeah,
the one thing that I hate about
grift,
like the one thing I hate about these guys, like why I don't take these sort of like what is this, the Palace Place or some bullshit like that. The reason I don't take these guys seriously is because like I can't stand all the little black remarks that they make, like the Wakanda forever, and then they make all that racist shit. I'm like, if you're a black guy and you're sitting with these people and they're saying all this shit, how does an Eric July sit with these people and be comfortable with them? I always ask that question. I'm like, because they're not making fun of anything that involves what they care about, which is they always defending and fanboying for white boy stuff, but they don't say nothing negative about that shit. But they'll happily say and mock shit like, that they know is, black adjacent. All that crap about like Wakanda forever, it's the same shit like with the We Was Kings and all that. They all like to do that. I've seen like Ned Roddick and them do it. And then you have a guy like Eric July. Of course, he's making money of it, but like he's sitting there with these guys and he doesn't call them out. And he's the only black guy, or there's another black guy there, and it's all fun. And I'm like, this is bullshit. How are these people? And I'm not talking about like people they don't know. I'm talking about like their friends now, because they all always hide behind, we're not racist. We're just having a little fun. I'm like, well, it's fun if you were all white guys and you were making fun of white guy stuff. That would be funny. Now all of you belong to one group, and you're just happy to make fun of women and then girls and all these other people without anyone within your circle belonging to that. That is literally prejudice. That's what you would call prejudice. It's really bad faith, and it's very difficult to sort of like, of course, because they don't use derogatory terms. It's very difficult to call them out on it. And again, I will always bring it back to the wokies, because the wokies do exactly the same thing when they call people incels, blah, 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 blah. So it becomes hard to take either side. But I hate this. Like these guys, when they sit there and those bunch of white dudes saying a whole bunch of, like, for them to critique a black dude that they know, and there's no black guys there. I didn't see a single black person there. And even if they were there, I would like to know, like, so how do you feel about this, bud?
Cautious. Can you hear me?
Yeah, bro.
What part of that was them being like subtle? What part of that was subtle?
No, I didn't say it was subtle.
You could be, and I'm not here to argue. I don't feel like it was even subliminal.
Well, the thing is, they didn't say anything like blatantly. Like you can't say, well, yeah, they said.
Yes, they did. They blatantly said some shit. We're just calling it.
Yeah, but like, what was it? Like, yeah, no, I'm talking about like words now, because I'm agreeing with you. I'm saying what is they doing is absolutely. To me, it's disgusting. But I'm just saying it becomes very difficult to say, well, you said a racist, because of the fact that terms like racism have become so broad. It becomes very difficult to hold these people accountable.
They didn't use a coined term, but it was 100% racist.
But like, can they get banned from whatever platform they were for racism? You see what I'm saying? In terms of on the technicality, you can't.
If you ask AI, no.
But can like
AI? No. Yeah? If you ask somebody that is actually that actually has a sense of logic and understanding, 100%, yeah.
But have somebody or have there been actions taken against these guys? Has something happened to them since they said this?
Oh, of course not.
That's my point. Then is that like, if we took things like racism seriously, like we used to, this shit would not fly.
But the thing is, we do. But the thing is, we do.
Doing it. They do it every podcast.
Which one it is? If I'm being real, yes, we do take racism serious. Just depends on which one it is. Because there's certain people, people in certain leagues that said one thing about a race and ain't never been seen again. There's just certain there just so happens to be our race, unfortunately, that people get a pass on.
I think there's one word or a term, and I think I saw this as well. I think someone said he said that obviously African man or black man studio should be called Spirit Chucker Studios.
But you see,
that one could class as okay. That's actionable. The
But
other
like,
stuff is like I agree with them, Ushers. The other stuff is a bit. It dances on the line that you can't really say, yo, what's going on here. But certain terms, like I think spiritual studios, whatever it is, that one could be kind of seen as that, right? It's kind of like somebody says, like, you know, because that one's a bit more loaded, right? Someone could say, oh, like, you know, your studio type should be called Watermelon Studio. Like, it's a bit like,
but they do this all the time. All of them do it. Like your Nedrotic and them do it like with your boy there, like what's his name, sitting there with them, you know, and he's just quiet and just smiling there, and then that other quarter black Gareth guy and all those. Like, I think what they do is despicable, but I really feel that the current conversation has made it easy for them to get away with it. So I'm not sure what you're disagreeing with me, Ham, in terms of like what, like, I didn't say subtle. I just say they're very good at subliminally throwing these jabs out there. They're very good around.
You speak from a technical point of view, but
yeah,
I mean,
because stuff like this is despicable.
I mean,
like,
I think
yeah,
I think we all agree 100%. But like in the sense of like technicalities, yeah, like, you know, they didn't say the words right. You know, like for example, like I heard, like, you know, you guys running Canada when he says they're eating the dogs, they're eating the cats. You know, some people say, oh, that's racist. But I mean, can you ban someone for saying like people are eating the dogs and cats? You can't really say that. You know, it's just in that gray area of like things can happen.
I miss, you know what I miss? I miss the days where, you know, it was almost black and white in between what was considered racist or what was considered prejudice. There was a time when if you were on a certain side, you were the good guys and the other guys were the bad guys. The problem is that now everybody is sort of an asshole. Everybody's a jerk, whether you're on the left side or you're on the other. It's like the same, like they'll cite the same things that, like, for instance, wokies say about white men and all that type of crap. It's become such a mudslinging contest that it's hard to know who are the good guys or the bad guys. It's just your side versus our side. And the problem with that, it becomes very hard to regulate.
I was on Discord and I was having a back and forth with this guy, and it kind of went into a little bit of politics. And this dude doesn't know who I am, and he called me a white Nazi or something, like a Nazi. I was like, what? Like, what did you just call me? All because my opinions were different from him. And I was like, that's an extreme way to go about it. You know, he's like, well, yeah, you are. But he didn't even know I was black. And I was just like, damn, okay. That's so I get what you're saying. Like, both sides have kind of gone very happy with abusing the other side or saying very triggered sentences. But yeah, this I wasn't a fan of this as well. I didn't even watch. This is my first time watching it because I kind of saw some of it. And I was like, nah, this is nasty. I don't want to watch this then.
I feel so bad for the dude.
I feel bad for him as well. And I really want to tell him, like, yo, stop responding to these people. Exactly. But I did see his response to one of the guys there, and he was very, like, he seems like a very nice, genuine guy. Yeah, he responded and the response back and forth. But the latest response was very, like, almost heartfelt towards the guy. And then the other guy came back and was all like, "Yo, thank you for like." But I'm just like, okay, I think I get where you're coming from, because the response seems like everyone's kind of coming together now. I'm like, okay, you know what, you're a genuine guy, whatever it is. My issue is the foundation is just so off.
Yeah,
it's kind of like that concern you guys were having in the last podcast, where it's like, yo, I can extend my hand out to you, but if you're gonna come out with me with bullshit, then no, we don't really. I don't owe you nothing. And I know the guy's trying to reach out to him, like, hey, call my podcast. Let's talk about this. Talk about what? What are we talking about?
Who was this now? What was
the JT guy? Like, what are we going to talk about? They're going to talk about, like, how I lied about, you know, my desire to play games, how I set up my studio. That was my dad who got me into games. Like, what the fuck are we talking about?
No.
You're gonna tell me how I should have changed the name to Spirit Studios, and how, you know, me wearing African attire is something I shouldn't be doing? Like, what the fuck do you know about culture?
Exactly.
This ain't United States. This is like this is Ireland. This is England. This is all these places where these people, like, we know, like, I'm not even taking shots at anyone, but like, I know I'm Nigerian, right? I'm Irish, but like, my roots are Nigerian. I know Nigerian clothes. I know Nigerian food.
Yeah,
I can mix and match.
People have just
do that, and then you're gonna freaking tell me, like, oh, I'm trying to do, like, what are you freaking, like, there's nothing to even speak about. So I'm even surprised he's extending his arm. And listen, he's a better person, because if you come at me like that with aggression, and I'm going back to you and being nice about it, and then you're like, oh, you're actually nice to me, so I'm going to be nice to you. Like, I don't like the fact that you came at me with that much energy. I don't have to do nothing. Sorry, man, go ahead.
I agree. No, I was gonna say that, like, for me, people have become too comfortable saying shit, especially in this current climate. Like, this whole freedom of speech thing, to me, like, I really, I wonder where you draw the line, because everybody just says just malicious things on all sides. The sort of things that you see on social media, it's just like, when did people become this comfortable to say this crap? It never used to be the case. You know, before you say that something like that, you would look around.
Nobody ever had the access to the case, to be honest. Now there's access. So, you know,
but people don't even look around.
And then think about the parts of the world right now that still don't have access. What would they say nowadays? Think about that.
Yeah, no, it's sad, man. It sucks.
I had so much that I wanted to say, but goddamn, you guys have said a lot.
Ham, you like
that video,
you changed the whole tone
that
of
was
this
very
discussion.
Triggering. That was very triggering. Like, we went from grifters to, in my opinion, right? Like, just straight up racist. That's what I see.
It is, but it's
I don't see like no undertone or anything. It's like, this is as overt, this is as close to the line as you can get without like a lawsuit, essentially.
And the reason I said, speaking of grifters, these are people that are called grifters on a regular basis, right?
Yeah.
And I always say that those channels, the big ones.
Is that Grams on there?
Yes. Yes.
Nah.
And here's
my problem with.
He was in another video too.
I follow Grams.
There you go.
My problem with
him a long time ago. I stopped following him a long time ago.
I'm done with this guy.
My problem with this. So here's my thing with the whole grifting thing, right? You can use it as a mask to discriminate for racism and all that kind of stuff, right? Because remember, the key thing is, what do you actually stand on and believe?
But my thing is,
and if you hate something, because I look, like I said, I go back to Star Wars Outlaws again. You know, you hate Star Wars Outlaws because of whatever reason. You can just say woke DEI, and nobody has to question. No one has to question exactly why you hate it, because you just said woke DEI. I was me and my guys. I'll let you go real quick. Me and my guys were having this conversation, right? And this is one of my casual friends, and Star Wars came up again, and he said, "But Ty, don't you hate, you know, all the race swapping and gender swapping?" And I said, "Yeah, I do. I'm not a fan of it." And then I showed him, you know, and then he asked me about Acolyte today, and I said, you know, it's not that good. And he's like, why? I goes, because DEI and woke. He's like, oh, like who do they race swap? He thinks they race swap Obi-Wan Kenobi and all the other Star Wars guys. He's like, yeah, you don't. I'm like, no, they didn't. These are new characters. And then his response was like, wait, then what's the problem? I'm like, that's what I'm trying to tell you. There is no freaking problem. They're using these terms as a mask for racism or bullshit or whatever the hell it is. You got to actually ask them, what is the issue that you have? And if they give you like really sound issues, then it's okay. It's all good. But if they can't give you those issues, then you have to ask, why is it that you can't, when I ask you to go beyond this term woke and DEI, you can't explain why you don't like this product?
It's like the whole Subnautica thing just last week, right?
Mm-hmm.
What happened with Subnautica? I didn't see anything.
These characters Asian and black, and I was telling my friend the exact same thing. I was like, "Yo, listen, like,
come on,
you need to understand that what they're actually saying is black, brown, Asian, woman, LGBT, any of these things means a devalued product."
Well, I mean, like, then we have to also explore the fact that the same thing I said to you is that didn't come out of nowhere. There's a reason they become so comfortable in being able to say things like that. It wasn't always the case. Something happened. Somebody triggered something, and then we headed down this path. Hollywood has got a lot to do with it. Gaming media has got a lot to do with it. they really created an environment where people have become very comfortable in saying this, and there is very little consequence for saying these things.
I will 100% agree with you there, but it's kind of like where you have an issue, like, you know, if I have an issue with someone, the response is all that matters.
Yeah.
So Hollywood might say, yo, this is we're going to keep doing this. I'm going to, every single product that Hollywood throws at me, I'm going to analyze that product and critique that product based on that product, right? I'm not going to use some blanket term, especially when it can be misused for hate or harmful sorry, go ahead.
No, I was gonna say, but you're a reasonable person. That's the difference. You're not trying to, like, to me, this is the same thing that's happening with like the politics, like, you know, now with the elections. Like in America, this is a thing. Everybody does this. They simplify very complex
I can't
arguments.
go to work tomorrow because of elections on that side.
Yeah, like, I mean, like, they simplify, like, this whole thing has been simplified so much in terms of like who to vote for. It's not a nuanced discussion. It's like, and again, I will say, growing up, this was never.
It was never nuanced, fellas. No, it was never nuanced. Ushers, come on.
I'll disagree with you.
I don't know.
Like, when I was growing up,
I don't know, dude. When we're studying, because I also did Cambridge like you in South Africa. When we're studying the marketing, right, or the propaganda of that dude, the German dude, right, with the mustache.
Yeah.
One of the things that was pointed out by the history teachers, at least at my school, was the fact that it was easy to digest, and it was like 2 or 3 key phrases or sentences that were continuously hammered into the people, and people started saying it like a mantra, the same way people say woke right now, or the same way people say far right right now. It hasn't changed. It hasn't changed.
Like, I mean,
even for Mandela for his campaign of first for him to get liberated, there was a campaign that was set up with 1 or 2 key phrases and words. And then when he came out, he also came out with his propaganda shtick about the Rainbow Nation. So
yeah, but like, I'm not talking about that. Yeah, I'm not talking about like
always been simple. Propaganda has always been simple, always throughout human history, because there's 2 flaws, or some people might say there are 2 strengths of the human mind. We recognize patterns, and we champion efficiency. So the first one, when it comes to these games, and this is something me and Ham, and we've all of us have discussed this, it just so happens that many times, it doesn't happen all the time, but many times, bad games, like really bad games, seem to get pushed by people who are on that side. Spouting whatever like aggressive rhetoric that Oshis is talking about if you don't buy this, then you're an ist and you're a phobe. And then the guys on the other side do what? They follow the basic rules of physics that we will never ever beat. For every action, there's an equal and opposite reaction. Right? So on this side, they create bad products, and then they say, if you don't engage, then you're this. What happens? The people on that side, they realize that most human beings don't like consuming bad products. And then people realize that these are bad products. They don't want to consume them. Instead of just pointing out these are bad products, because pointing out that a certain game is a bad product is hard. But doing what Ham just put up on the screen right now, doing that's very easy. Because people check out, bruv. If you sit there and then you break down Star Wars Outlaws, Ham, I know you agree with me on this one. If you break down Star Wars Outlaws properly, but why it's broken, but the saves for the people that pre-ordered the game, etc., just stick to the technical aspects.
That game fucked up on so many aspects outside of what people are complaining about.
But no one's talking about it, Ham. That game sold at least 1 million copies. I'm sure it sold at least 1 million copies, but no one is making viral videos breaking it down on a technical level. Why? Because of what I just said.
People are, but nobody's watching those.
Exactly. Yeah. Don't nobody care, bruv. Don't nobody care, because the human mind likes simple and efficient information. We are lazy. That's why we've developed to where we are right now, right? Otherwise, we'd still be pushing fucking rocks. But because we're lazy, we've decided to use our brains to always push for efficiency, always push for the fastest and easiest way to get to the destination. Unfortunately, it leads us to what we see on the screen right now. Unfortunately.
Yeah. So where I disagree with you, Luke, is the fact that I don't disagree with you that like the you're right. I mean, Mandela he used same thing. I mean, you can say the same thing about Malcolm X and whatever. You have
it's
to
happening
have
right now in Mozambique. The opposition leader, his lawyer just got killed because his lawyer came up with a crazy catchy slogan. Suddenly, the youth are getting mobilized. The youth aren't worried about beer anymore. Now they want to go vote. Now they want to go protest. What's happening? This motherfucker got shot up with like 30 bullets. He was driving in a random place in the city. They stopped a 4x4 right next to his 4x4, and they just let rip with machine guns. Oshers.
Yeah, man, that sounds horrible. But like
he was effective.
Yeah, but my thing is, it wasn't like I'm talking about specifically in America. It wasn't always as like now. Like, I mean, of course, you've always had Democrats, Republicans. You've always had like that whole thing. But like when I was growing up, anyway, because there was like only one TV. The moment, even when they were running, it wasn't as like today. It's like they vilify the party. Like what they would do back in the day in politics, that they try to get a scandal on you. Did you have an affair with someone, an underage person, whatever? That's how they used to politic. It wasn't as much as now where they literally demonize the other person on the other side. Like now it's like, and I don't understand how you live in one country, but the person, just because they're flying a different flag and they're voting for a different person, they're like a demon. Like you look like people have fought with relatives because of the fact that, no, I'm going to vote for this guy. I mean, I even saw this thing with Undertaker and Kane and like Batista. I'm like, why? Like, you're Americans. You can vote for whoever you want.
That's so funny shit.
Why is everybody losing their minds? And I'm like, when did we get to a point where the politics became so fractured? And of course, yes, there's grifters involved here. But I think the grift is a little bit more complex than a bunch of YouTubers or a bunch of people on Twitter. I mean, the first guy that you have to look at is the guy that owns the platform. But my thing is, when did we get to a point where we now vilify people for their political affiliations, which are completely legal? It's 100% legal to be conservative. Sorry?
I feel like that's insane to say. When did we get to this point? Have we not looked at a history book?
No, but I'm talking about like in modern history, though, Ham. Like
in modern history, the same.
Like from what? Like from the 90s to the 2000s, and like in the 80s?
All this stuff. I don't see where you missed it outside of it not being as accessible. I still go back to the same thing as I said earlier. Give everybody a phone on the earth.
Wait,
what happens then?
Y'all used to hate each other in the 90s, huh?
I don't remember this. Like, I mean, like just like the red and blue. Unless it's
people been hated each other on Republican and Democratic side. Fuck yeah. It's just more world renowned now that you guys can see it and you guys can follow it day to day. It's been like
so it's always been like this.
Yeah,
people still to this day talk about the Reagan era. People to this day still talk about the Clinton era, the Nixon. I mean, you look at just the history. I mean, bro, JFK got shot. Do you guys forget that happened?
Yeah, but was that like
there's been turmoil like this for ages. It's just now I can now instead of me having to read it off from my front porch on a newspaper, now I just roll over and grab my phone
on Twitter.
And it's not that the news drops once a day. It drops a few moments after it happens now. Constantly. And it's not just in America, but it's everywhere. So to think about it, you're not just getting the Washington Post and the New York Times now. You're getting Nebraska's news. You're getting Illinois' news. You're getting Pennsylvania's news. You're getting Hawaii news. You're getting anything that happens to be the most fucked up that day. You're getting that news. And that could be anywhere in the world, and it can be at any moment. So with us saying like, where did this come from? It's like asking like the earth, like, hey, where'd all that lava come from? It's been there.
I just don't remember it being this amplified in the sense that everyone...
the lava has been there. It's just how much accessibility did it have to flow? Not much. Now it does.
I just want to address Rachel's comment here. I think it's a pretty good comment. It says, I'm playing Returnal. The game protagonist is a 40-ish woman, and I don't see any problem. It's a good game. Female protagonists are not a problem. Dude, Samus, what's her name? Lara Croft, etc. The issue is not bad female characters. No. Grifters can only grift when you put out a bad product.
Yep.
And as soon as you put out a bad product, it's a risk that you run, dude. If you're willing to run the risk of making $1 million, you have to be willing to run the risk of not making the money and getting trolled. It's that simple.
Look, we've talked about this before, and we've actually talked about this with Abubakar Salim, right? When you
yes,
when like you have the opportunity to say what you gotta say, great. Now all these other people are gonna naturally react to what you say. You're not gonna like all of the reactions.
Mm-hmm.
What's your choice now? If your choice is to engage, well, now you are on a track that never ends. You are. You just are. And you know what I mean? It's just like, that was going to be there regardless, right? Like, so if you choose to dip your toe in it or get in the middle of it, well, then, it's never going to end, and you're going to end up, they're pretty much outweighting you to screw up and say something dumb.
Yeah,
right. They will continue to throw mud, whether it makes sense or not, or it sticks or not, until you finally break
and fall apart, because they don't own the $1 million IP. That's you. They can just talk shit. You're the one with value in this discussion.
So if you continue to make step-on products, you're the one that's like you're making yourself an easy target.
It's the same thing I say about. It's the same thing I said about like Halo, and even this newer Assassin's Creed. And I understand you got a lot of people feel that race has a lot to do with some of this, but to me, at the end of the day, it's standing your ground and just not giving a shit what anybody else has to say. If people don't like it, let the wallet do the talking.
Well,
that's it.
If people like it, let the wallet do the talking. Too many people feel the need to fight for something that they work so hard for. Dude, you worked hard. You don't need to fight anymore. Your fighting is done. You fought for this. Now put it out there and let people enjoy it. And study based off of that. Don't re-engage. Like, and it's so easy for me to say this from the outside looking in, right? Because I've seen things in my comments that got me riled up. So I'm not saying I'm better than him whatsoever. But what I'm saying is, when you open up that can of worms, don't complain that that worms are everywhere now. You know what I'm saying? You opened it.
And, you could have just that speaks to another point.
Kept it pushing, but you didn't. And I understand why you didn't, but at the same time, it's just kind of like, well, yeah, we're here now.
That speaks to another point that I think is important. When Starfield came out and it bombed, well, it didn't bomb, but people were shitting on it on Steam. The developer, the lead, one of the leads on Bethesda, a white dude, was busy defending it, talking about, oh, but we've had so much feedback from people and whatever and whatever and whatever, and then people are like, yeah, but that's some bullshit, and you're being disingenuous. Screw that, blah blah blah. These are the flaws. These are the flaws. These are the flaws. He didn't make it a race thing. I think, me personally, one of the things that I dislike seeing is people of color or people with a gender that is not popular, right, in the gaming community, put out a product, the product is rejected, and instead of them either working on the product or moving on to the next product, doing what you were saying about taking feedback and studying, they want to point fingers. Ham, this is not a race thing. This is not even a culture thing. No one likes people that don't take accountability. No one likes that shit.
That's like Disney's
people
problem.
will come for your ass. Like, I don't care if you're a white man, if you're a black man, if it doesn't matter what you are.
It really doesn't.
If you put out, if you put up a bad product,
okay,
that's when people come for you. If you put out a bad product, and then people don't take to it, and your reaction is to call people racist, sexist, homophobe, all this other rubbish, my friend, not only have you lost for this specific game, you have now lost for anything that you put out in the future, because now people have a bone to pick with you. And these are things that you learned. These are things you learned in primary school. Fuck it, you learned this in creche. You learned this before you went to primary school. The kids that did not take accountability, the kids that didn't play nice with everyone, the kids that didn't apologize when they were wrong, get ostracized. Because the human spirit understands justice and truth. No matter how much people like to try and pretend like the majority of us are evil, it's not true. The majority of us are good people. And when someone comes to you and tells you that your game is bad because of this and this right piece of writing or this technical flaw and whatever, and your comeback is, oh, you're racist, me personally, I'm done. I'm done. For me, as soon as that's your comeback, I'm done with you.
I think. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Sorry, my mic is like where it doesn't sound that loud over here. Hold on, let me just change the volume. I think that, like, what you said there, Luke, is correct, but it needs to be qualified in a sense, right? Because if a company is willing to, if they're saying they're like, okay, you know what, we can do this, we can do that, we can improve this, and then they do come out with a, you know, hey, racism played a role in the failure, whatever it is, you need to take in everything they've said in totality. Like, there's no point in them saying, yeah, okay, you know, we could have done this better, we could have done that, but people don't care about them actually admitting that they maybe could have done this better. What they care about is them when they come out and say, yeah, we had some racist comments. That's what people hyper focus on. And then they say, you're not taking accountability, blah, 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 blah. I'm just saying, just look at everything that they're saying and then qualify each statement. And then we can proceed from there.
But you're assuming again that these guys are reasonable.
Hold on, Ushers. Hold on. Do you know why I disagree with that sentiment, Ty?
Why would you
disagree?
Because
a good product, you can't stop it. There's tons of racists that didn't want I Am Legend to become what it became, sorry. There's tons of racists. There's lots of products that black people put out.
Oh man,
it's a video game. They can hate all you want, dude, but I'm telling you, bruv, a good product, you will scream to the clouds and nothing will happen.
Bro,
people will
Hancock
keep
had
buying that
people
product.
in their bag, bro. Hancock had people so mad, bro. Dude,
But
they had
people will
black
keep
and
buying.
white folks, man. How was Smith gonna be with a white girl?
Yeah,
was that a thing?
Yeah, but I'm talking about the evaluation part of it, right?
It was a thing, Oshus. It was
I'm
a thing.
talking about the
I remember.
evaluation part. Sorry, go ahead.
Dude,
forget
she's not even American.
Dude, forget evaluation. Like for me, right? Me personally, I'm not even talking about content creators at this point. I'm not even talking about the so-called grifters thingy. Now I'm talking about this topic that Ham brought up, which is I think was fucking perfect with the video about Boubacar Salim or whatever. If he had put together, for me, as an African, I accept that I'm not the most objective evaluator of Tales of Kinshasa. I accept that. Right? Like I'm not even trying to resist the bias here. As an African, that game has me in a stranglehold. Okay? But I'm also not crazy to say that the majority did not embrace that game. And that is a reflection of the game itself. Because other games have come out with black protagonists and grifters have tried. And
including his game, including Origins.
Yeah, the grifters always come out, but I'm telling you, bro, when a good product comes out, even the grifters shut up because they sound crazy.
Yeah, but guys, we need to like we're in the entertainment industry, right? It's very artistic. Not every product is going to be good. So at the end of the day, when you release a 7/10 product or 6/10, like Star Wars was a 7/10 product, right? My point still stands in when we're reviewing or evaluating these products. We can't just say, well, if your game was good, you won't get this abuse. Like we can at least say, okay, you know what? You're calling out this game. Why are you calling it out for? And if you have really good, genuine arguments or points, then yeah, we can just leave it as that. If you don't, then that's when we can call you a grift or call you a loser. Like, look, you have this game on screen right now, Subnautica 2. Do you think the guy who posted this is a grifter? Keep in mind, the guy who's reposting this says, yo, I don't think you know this, but the main characters in the first game weren't actually white, number one. Number two, the first game sold 7 million or so. So he's saying this indie game, which is rated highly on Steam, that doesn't have non-white characters, sold really, really well and didn't have non-white characters. But now this dude is saying that remove the black and brown characters or the Asian characters, put white people there and the game will sell. Is this based on facts?
But again, this is the subliminal racism I talk about. Like you can't fight this sort of thing because of the fact that of where we are now. And another thing is, who's this guy that's saying this? Why does he matter? That's another thing. Is that like
I completely agree with what you're saying, Ashus. I just wanted to look to because when me and Loco having this talk about what's a grift, right? I'm asking you, Loco, do you think this guy is grifting right now? Because remember, my stance was simple.
With this context.
What is your stance on this, right? So if he genuinely feels like, you know what, guys, I feel like if you have brown and black people, the games won't sell. But then you need to give evidence that the game won't sell if it's brown and black people. But the original game sold really well and has non-white characters. So it's a lie. He's saying it though because
exactly. Oh, Ty. You just gave my answer, which I was about to give. Right. So first off, I don't know who this guy is. For me, this person is either one of two things. So he's either a liar or is misinformed.
Or a racist.
My issue, or a racist even, that's fine. My issue with the whole grift thing is that a lot of it implies assuming intent. And when the assumption of intent is now seen as a okay thing, then we don't even need laws and we don't need like a court of law. We don't need fact-based discussions. Now we can just be like, no. When Ham cut me off, I assume that his intent is to kill my wife. And it's like, bro, what the fuck? But no, that's the intent that I assume from his behavior. Okay, but what are your facts? No. Maybe his tone I understood as this, and then he raised his voice by a certain octave, so I understood it as that. It's like, bro, chill, all right?
Can we
Present the
ascertain
facts,
intent
and
from
then
malicious
people will
behavior?
reach. Okay, let's use this example on the screen. This is malicious behavior, correct?
Correct.
Correct. So
Correct.
how do we jump from this, right, that's on the screen, to this person is a grifter? Because for me, right, after you just gave me this context, I have two possible outcomes that are fact based. So the first possible outcome, right, is that he knows these facts and he still presented this, so he's a liar. That's the first possible outcome. The second possible outcome is that he is literally misinformed, which means he doesn't know the facts. So both of my possible outcomes are based off of factual deductions that make sense. But to say he is a grifter is to go into his mind and say that this person, right? Me, Tai, I know that this person's intent, this person does not believe that this is true, but this person definitely put this out because they wanted to grift.
If you were to go,
and
let's
you
say you
don't
went on
know
his
that
page.
type.
Let's say you went on his page, right, and you saw a pattern of
let's go on his
this,
page.
and you saw a pattern of this kind of conversation, right? Would that be enough then? Because if you're saying, yo, this is not enough evidence, if you saw a sequence nonstop, this kind of topic focusing on race issues, black people in games, brown people in games, always misinformation after misinformation.
I'd say he's a racist.
Okay, but could you also say that like his audience likes this content and he just panders to his audience?
I think everyone panders to their audience, even TSWS. There's a reason we talk about video games here, brother. We are pandering to our audience by the definition of the word. The WWE panders to their audience. The NFL, when they make sure that every Saturday and Sunday they have football on, they're pandering to their audience. Disney, until recently, was pandering to their audience with the Marvel movies. When every single year you had bang after bang after banger, and then they woke up one day and they were like, "We don't want these people anymore."
Do you remember the Dr. Disrespect video about whatever that guy's name is? I can't remember his name, but how he used to be an Xbox guy, used to post Xbox content. Then all of a sudden, he started talking about woke stuff, and now that's all his content. And Dr. Disrespect called him out like, "This was not you before. You used to be."
I don't remember the video.
It's a Dr. Disrespect. I'm surprised. Dr. Disrespect went in on him, and he's like, "Bro, you used to talk about Xbox. You used to talk about normal things. All of a sudden, you're talking about LGBTQ stuff. You're using the F slurs. You're using all these. Like everything is just woke. At some point, when your audience is all of that, that is when it becomes kind of a grift, right? Listen, call Classic K. She said it herself. She said, "Yo, I make certain videos like this." And what did she say? That she said, "When I make different videos that are more happy or good, nobody watches it. So I got to keep making these kind of videos." That is a grift. That is you saying.
She said that.
Yes. Yeah.
No, well, she took screenshots about like views, and the fact that like videos that like are so-called positive or whatever, they don't do as well. Which is
we're not quoting her out of context. I was not quoting her.
You can go to it's on her Mario Kart
go to her,
page.
type in Mighty Keith and her name, and it might pop up.
But I don't know. Like I thought that was not a wise, smart move by her. I wouldn't have done that. You don't have to justify anything to anyone. That's my thing. Is that everybody's out here to garner an audience. Like again, my thing where I disagree with you, Tai, is that you assume you assume everyone is operating with some code of ethics, and this is not a matter of trying to get the most subscribers and sort of feed the algorithm. Because another villain here is the algorithm as well. Is people are trying to game the algorithm so that they can get the most views for their stuff, so that they can monetize their stuff and make. Bottom line, it always comes back to money. And where the grift comes in, where I agree with you, is that yes, everybody's trying to make money off this whole thing, and you can't do that. The only people that can do that is your nice guys, your toxic positivity guys that like everything, like Paris and them, who the corporates like. Those guys can make a shit ton of money out of content without having to dig into the dirt.
Yeah, but like, I guess here's the thing. Yeah, I like Mass Effect content, right? I like RPGs. If you told me right now, yo, stop bashing Mass Effect, I wouldn't do it. But if I made a video criticizing Mass Effect and that blew up, and then all my videos are criticizing Mass Effect, you have ascertained there is a grift there. This is kind of what I'm trying to get across to Loke.
So if I started making videos shitting on Metal Gear, you would call me a grifter then?
If you made a video saying,
shit, I shouldn't have said that word. Apologies. I'm not allowed to say that word.
If you've been positive about Metal Gear Solid, and then you say, you know what, I want to make a video just saying how Metal Gear, just criticizing some of the parts I didn't like about Metal Gear, that video gets 1 million views, and you end up getting like freaking 50K subscribers. Then you pull out another video because the guy who Dr. Disrespect was talking about, he posted an anti video about wokeism. Then he posted another Xbox video, flat, did nothing. Then he goes, okay, I'm going to post another grift video. Boom.
Yeah.
So I'm saying to you, Loke, if you post a Metal Gear Solid video, it does okay. You post another one, criticizing Metal Gear Solid, just as a fan, things you didn't like about what Kojima did, that blows up. You get all these new subscribers. You post a new video. Your subscribers don't watch it. Then all we see is anti-Metal Gear Solid videos from there on in. I'm going to assume that you're a grift. Because you can't it doesn't work like that. You don't go from loving Metal Gear Solid to hating.
We finally come to the crux of the matter. You can only hate on something if you've always hated it. Yes?
No.
Yeah, if you're consistent on that point, yeah.
I don't think so. I don't understand the argument here. Like, calling, like, it's the same thing.
Again, I'm not making an argument. I'm just trying to. I'm trying to get to the definition, because I don't like just speaking for the sake of speaking. I have this thing about words, and they mean something, and we need to be able to speak words and understand all the context and all the meaning behind it. And this whole thing started because I was like, Ham, what the hell even is a grifter? And Tai has been defending it for weeks now about grifters this, grifters that, grifters this, grifters that. Now, right? And with the added context of Classic Cage's post that we see here on the screen, I now understand what the definition of a grifter is. And before you go, Oshis, I just want to say, Ham, you still there?
He's playing.
Yeah, I want to say something. I want to say something directly to you, Ham. Based off of this that we're discussing, I can confirm that if this channel ever blows up, it won't be because I decided to say something I didn't or cover something I don't care about. Because I am not and will never be a grifter.
I was gonna say that, like,
I can't do it.
I was just gonna say that, but Taya uses grifter the same way, like, the so-called grifters use wokey.
Lies. Terrible lies. Yeah, slander my name. No, I stay consistent on my points, man.
But you can't expect these people to be consistent. Everybody, it's like politics. Everybody's out to make a buck. They don't care.
Oh, no, listen, like, I completely get everybody else here. I'm just consistent on my points because I remember, like, I just like to be consistent, and I like to kind of stand on things. And
but
stand
to
on
the
my
point
views.
of consistency, guys, there needs to be a line, right? You cannot be a zealot to your points of view. Everyone needs to keep an open mind and be willing to change their mind. I know a lot of people like to call people like that flip-floppers or whatever. I know people call them that, but I think that is stupid. I think if you're an intelligent person, you must be able to take in new information and come to new conclusions. Otherwise, when I first learned that 1 + 1 was 2, I should have when I heard that 1 is 1 and 2 is 2, I should have insisted that no, 1 + 1 is 11 and stuck to that. That should have been the smartest decision ever, because that was my base deduction, my first deduction. But People need to be able. We need to have the freedom to change our minds, bruv.
100%.
This is insane. We can't sit here and be 100%. Like, no, if you change your mind all the time to what the popular opinion is, then you're a grifter. Dude, the popular opinion at one point was that the earth was flat. Now it changed. So are we saying those people were grifters as well when they switched their point of view and they're presented with new information?
If you hop on a boat and you went around the world and you did the maths and the evidence says the world is, a circle or whatever.
I can't afford to go on a boat, bruv. I can't afford to buy every single game that comes out.
If you have evidence that says it is, and then some people tell you, no, it's flat, you're a loser. Yeah, you're lying to yourself. It's just a joke.
Go ahead.
It has to be. There's no other way to it. It's got it's even like
That's wild.
let me not get too deep into it. But yeah, I hate these people with a passion. These scumbags.
But this is the thing. Like, it's Twitter. It's not real life. People don't interact like this in real life. This is why I just think, like, play the game. Like, when you're on Twitter, you put on your mask. It's like that movie with Tom Cruise and Nicole Kidman, and then you do the masquerade thing. If the masquerade thing, whatever, what the role you're playing, if you're playing the pointy nosed doctor, then do that with that funny mask. Then do that. If you are the clown, then do that. But it's not real life, and I think it's important for people to remember that. Don't take anything that anyone says on that platform seriously. Those people are completely different, aside from the ones that live, of course, on Twitter. And their jobs or their whole livelihood is built around YouTube and whatever. I can't speak to those people, but most people, they go about their day. They have normal conversations with people around the water tank at work. But I just do. To go back to like what Ham said initially, that it was always like this. I don't believe that. So I think the world at one point in time was before social media sort of what's the word? Amplified certain voices. People were much more cordial and people were much more agreeable, because what we were exposed to the same sort of TV, the same radio, the media that we consumed came through the same channels. So it was much more controlled and much more filtered, and we sort of agreed based on that. But the moment you create all these social medias, and now everyone has a platform, I don't know who made this example. He said, the problem with the internet is that, if you're a guy that likes to boink goats in your village or your town or your city, you're the only person that does that, and you feel ashamed and you never tell anyone, and you stay in your basement and you have your fantasies in secret. The problem is, the moment you go onto the internet, you find other goat lovers. Now you guys become a community of goat lovers. Now it goes from one person to 1,000 people, 10,000 people to 100,000 people. And that's what the internet has done. It's amplified most.
But you just said that it was there already, and we just made
it wasn't but it wasn't as vitriolic as it is now. It was because, again, it was one person that had this idea or opinion, but there was no one else to say, yeah, I agree with that. They should all go home, or you understand? It was very difficult for you to round up people if you're in Missouri and the other guy is in Pennsylvania or wherever. I hope these two states are far apart because I don't know geographically. But now,
just say New York and California. Just say New York and California.
Exactly. But now you all can come together and start a Discord group, and it starts with 100, and you find another 100, and then the next thing you know, there's 100,000 of you.
I don't know, man. Like, that's like saying, like, hey, there's less killing now than there was back in the day, and it's like, I don't know about that. I mean, there's cameras, there's a lot more accountability for it.
Yeah.
But I don't know if there's less than there was then. Like, I don't know. Like, and then at the same time, it's like, what were you expecting to happen then? Like, were you expecting the internet to never be made? Is that the thing that we're like mad at? Because I believe that's kind of what you're getting at, is like saying that, like, the internet shouldn't shouldn't even exist, because now it's allowing too many people to congregate and have similar opinions when, you know, it used to be so quiet on the block here. You know, like a lot of your references go back to a lot of your references go back to a time where we didn't really have internet. That you're saying that, you know, it was a simpler, better time then. When and I'm arguing that it's not, but like you're saying it was then, and I'm saying like, yo, but now we have an ability to talk this like I'm talking to you. You're on the other side of the planet right now.
Exactly. See, that's
dangerous. I think what Ham is saying is like it's gotten a lot more toxic, and I actually would agree. I think the toxic sites we're seeing as a 4chan, all these places where people are quite you know, aggressive towards each other. You know, I could go on Facebook and I could talk. I could go on Twitter or whatever it is. I never felt like I was in some kind of Call of Duty lobby, you know, where people are like just throwing slurs or throwing whatever it is around. I think it's just I think social media has made us more connected, so we see everything. So we see the bad parts, we see the good parts. You know, something happens in you know, Boston or some street, and me order from Ireland is going to see it just because of social media. So we're that connected, and negativity sells more. So at some point, somebody probably insulted somebody, which was probably like wild, but because that was negative, everyone looked at it, and that person was like, you know what? If I keep doing this, you know, it's gonna give me attention. And then even trolling, like the reason why we coined the term trolling is because it wasn't like people didn't troll back then. Now people troll. You know, somebody made a comment saying like, you know, Drake isn't big in Japan. My response was like, the fact that you think Kendrick is bigger than Drake in Japan is a joke in itself. And I just left that comment there. And then you had all these people commenting saying like, you don't know what you're talking about, but they were just all going at me. And I'm thinking to myself, that one comment got you all riled up, and I had all these likes from all these other people who are Drake fans, and all the Kendrick fans were coming at me, and it gave me a feeling of like, I should troll this more. I should throw some more random stupid shit out there some more just to get these people upset. And that can be it can be seductive almost. Like, yeah, I'm just gonna say something
exhilarating,
like,
right?
Yeah, I could like, oh, like, you know, like bro, like I was on the Discord and I had these guys, you know, they love Dragon Ball, and I said, Dragon Ball Sparking Zero 81 Metacritic shit game. Bros all came at me like, what are you talking? And I'm thinking, all that triggered you? Okay, I need to do this some more. Even when I say loser sometime about these people, like some people get triggered by that, like, hey, why you don't be so mean? But no, like I get why people are a lot more toxic and all that kind of shit. And social media is the driving cause of it, like 100%. So I see where coming from.
But
sorry, I see where
Osha's
coming from. My bad.
So my thing is this: like, I just feel that, like, you know, like most things that you give to human beings, we always just use it for the worst. I mean, this is a great medium where we could be, like, for instance, Instagram, ideally the way it was created was not for girls to show ass over ass over ass every day, and that's all they do. It was created to share art, to share when you're traveling, you know, experiences. But what it's used for is 90% ass. It's just like every power that we get given, we just use it for the most basest of things because they're the most accessible to the most people.
I'll say it's used for showing
I done
off.
told you, bruv. Ushers, I done told you. For the whole history of humanity, we always go for the simple and rockman stuff. The stuff that our ancestors would have done if evolution is true. That's what we always do. Whether it's the way we understand propaganda, the way we even choose our partners, it goes back to the caveman mentality.
Yeah, I know, I agree with
caveman and cave woman. That's why the dudes that are well built physically get more attention. Makes no sense. The dude is walking, I'm driving, but he gets more attention. Do you understand?
Yeah, no, I hear you. I feel you.
Look, not to
I make peace with it.
Not to rehash this conversation, but I do want to get your definition on what is a grift to you then.
No, I now understand what you guys say is a grift, and I will use that definition until someone makes it better. And my understanding of what a grift is someone that essentially doesn't have their own opinion. It's someone that looks at what the room is saying and says that exact same thing, but you can prove it. So the example would be what's on the screen right now, right? It's provable. Because like me, for example, anyone could go back to that video I made on Suicide Squad and say I'm a grifter.
Yeah.
Anyone could say that. But anyone that but the people that know me, right? The people that would look into the context know that I love me some comic books and I absolutely love Batman. Like I really, really love Batman. He's not my favorite, obviously, but Bruce is my guy. Do you know what I mean? So when something happens involving Batman, I actually care because it's Batman and it's comic stuff, which I love, right? But not everyone looks into the context of stuff. So anyone could have looked at that video that I made and be like, you're a grifter. So for me, a grifter is someone that goes with the popular sentiment and you can prove that this is not what they really think about the subject, or they don't really care about the subject. Now, saying someone's a grifter, but you have no evidence, that's wrong.
Yeah, and in addition to that is, you just keep in mind, a grifter doesn't. They don't always have to just agree, right? They can come up with their own reasons because the marching orders is this product is bad. So then the grifter will go make up their own reasons as to why they should hate it as well, along with the marching orders. That's why it's easy to catch them out in lies because they're inconsistent. Because if you truly believed in something, you're extremely consistent because that value is that important to you. But if it's that easy to break you down and to catch you out on all this random, missteps, then there's something deeper going on there. It's either a grift, you're either being paid to lie or whatever it is, or you just hate like just say the truth. I hate Star Wars. That's why I'm saying this. I hate Bethesda. That's why I'm saying this. As long as you're honest, then it doesn't really matter at all. If you told me like, yo, listen, the reason I don't like Ubisoft is because but if you told me like, yo, I don't like Ubisoft because they do microtransactions, they the tier list system. Oh, that's a perfect example. I was talking to a guy, he hates the tier list system. But he didn't mind it for Dragon Ball Z. He didn't mind it for Warhammer. I'm like, you told me you hate it when companies do this, and Ubisoft should be burnt down because they're doing a tier system, which is a standard edition, superior edition, ultimate edition,
premium
but
edition.
When you do it, you don't care. It's a grift. You don't care. Like I can't ascertain your true your moral foundation on this topic because you're lying. So the question is, why are you lying, and why have you singled out Ubisoft?
Okay, I do that all the time because they killed.
Yeah, you're a grifter as well. I told you this before.
No. Ty, I hate Ubisoft because they took the original formula of Assassin's Creed and they threw it away. They instead of improving it, they just turned it into The Witcher, and I fucking hate it. That's why I hate Ubisoft. Because I miss Assassin's Creed.
And that's a perfect answer. And if somebody said that, that's cool. But if they decided to say, "Oh, well, Star Wars Outlaws," well, woke woman,
it's woke
woman, DEI,
it's got an ugly woman for no reason.
Like all this nonsense. I'm like
the chick from Returnal.
And then I find other games that has ugly women and you're playing as them and you don't care.
Exactly. I would bring up the protagonist for Returnal. I would bring up the protagonist for Returnal. There's nothing attractive about her.
Yeah, I would never play that game.
Buzz off. Buzz off.
What the hell are we talking about?
Betitkus Prime, welcome in. Appreciate you for coming through to watch. It says the absolute Batman is starting off kind of sick at Look. So I'm curious about something. I would like to do some comic book read-alongs. And this one's for everyone on the panel, if you know anything, and Betitkus as well. Does anyone know if it's legal? Like, would our channel have a problem with YouTube, Marvel, or DC in terms of like copyright if I opened up comic books and started reading them live?
There's just there's a lot of guys that do it. They review comics. Yeah, but like there's
not to review. I'm talking about like just
read
the
whole thing.
Yeah, the latest one came out. Open it, go page for page.
I think there's some sort of limitation.
There might be a problem with that, huh?
Yeah, because it's someone's work, so you're just basically giving it away for free in a way. I don't know what the limitations are. I've just seen a lot of guys when they do something like that, they skip. They don't do the whole thing. Even when they do reviews, they don't like go from page one to like the last page. They'll do like the cover, sort of cover what the story is about. Use different screenshots, but like they don't just use one comic and just go through it. I think there are legal limitations there. I couldn't be sure, Luke. I'm just speculating based on.
Okay, so Batitka's Prime says it's legal.
You can read the whole comic?
Yeah, he says, but it is similar to having a live watch along. Okay.
But you can't watch the whole thing in a live watch along.
I guess.
Unless you do it on Patreon, not on YouTube. YouTube won't allow it.
Whoa, it says right now we have people watching anime with the audience.
Yeah, but it's like the reaction thing. Like they don't watch the full thing though.
He says yes you can, or they said yes you can. But Titka says yes you can. But Titka, send us a channel, one specific channel. Yeah. Okay, so it's Twitch that allows it, not YouTube.
Yeah, Twitch, yes. Correct? Twitch, yes, but not YouTube. YouTube is very strict. It's the same thing. Like for instance, a lot of the guys that do watch-alongs, they'll say, if you want to watch the full thing, go onto our Patreon, and then you can watch, and then we'll count you down, and then you can watch, and then we can watch it together, blah blah blah. But it's never on YouTube. On YouTube, they always skip very like from part to part because of that whole copyright. I forgot what the whole thing says, but you fair use, the whole fair use policy thing. Yeah,
which is fair. I think it's fair. All right. Oh my God. So I saw this thing on Cult Classic Cage, and I'm just I'm floored, man.
I don't think she's a grifter though. Like, I'll defend
her.
She
says it right here. Defend this, Oshis. So I decided to do my best to cover positive content or games instead of woke discussions / salt content. And guess what? Yeah. It leads to bleeding, interesting in your channel overall. It's almost like the whole "why don't you just talk about games" crowd is just moral grandstanding. So TSWS essentially is moral grandstanding. Because
I just think it's a different approach in terms of like, what are you running your channel for? Do you want to grow it? Do you want to gain lots of viewership? Is it a business to you, or is it a hobby where you just do it because you love said thing and you have no interest or aspirations of it becoming way bigger? Because if you have to be competitive, then you have to do what everybody else is covering. It's like being a reporter. You can either do the feel-good stories about the cat and the whatever, and then you will always be on the last page. But if it bleeds, it leads. So
but Ushers, I think like what you're saying is perfectly fine. So if I went on YouTube and my goal was to make money, I'm like, okay, like I want to cover gaming content or Barbies or whatever it is to make money, then that's fine. If my goal was to talk about things that I like and love, Metal Gear Solid, Splinter Cell, all these things, these videos are doing relatively well. And then out of nowhere, like I said, I criticize Metal Gear Solid. I say like, oh, maybe this is woke or whatever it is. Then out of nowhere, I'm getting hundreds of thousands of views. And deep down, I'm like, I didn't really come here for this. Like, I'm not really interested in this. But this is what's going to make me money, so I'm going to do it. That becomes a grift. Yes. You have
to see like your audience. Money?
No. If your goal is to make money,
I mean, I like money.
Then yes. But if your goal is to talk about what you want to talk about in the industry, aka if you're a fan of Star Wars and Star Wars ain't making you money, sorry, if you're a fan of Star Wars and it's not catching traction, then you decide to say, okay, you know what? It seems people hate Star Wars now. I actually like Star Wars. I actually love Acolyte. I actually love all these things. But if I make a video hating on these things, maybe I'll get views. You do that, you get views, that becomes a grift. Because then you become audience captured. So now your audience dictates exactly what you want to say and do.
Look, there's limitations to that, and I think there's pitfalls to that. If you're comfortable with those pitfalls, do whatever, man. Like it's like, again, I always say, like, when it comes down to it, it's your time, it's your energy. You can do whatever you want with it. If you want to be ethical, Ty, that's absolutely 100%. But like, yeah,
that's true. But yo, listen, if if somebody told you right now, like, yo, make a Dragon Age video praising the game, praising everything about the game.
Hell no.
But yeah, okay, so
never
so right now we talking and you saying, hell no, I hate Dragon Age. But let's say you do it and out of nowhere you get like 200k views, then your coverage on Dragon Age is all positive. Yeah, I think Lo can call you a grifter. 100%.
I'll puke a little bit in my mouth if I did that. I would never be able to do it with a straight face. It's like me liking progressive games. Like they make me a little bit sick because of the intent behind them.
Shut up, dude. Mass Effect is progressive. Shut up.
No,
shut up. Stop.
Oshus likes to pretend the games that he likes that are woke and progressive are not woke.
They're not woke and progressive. You guys are like, look. I would talk every day about Mass Effect. Well, all of them except for what's this one? And again, like, people, I don't know. Like, for me, I don't gay content, trans content, content with people of color. The only time that I have noticed, and this is just my viewpoint, going back to like when these games prior to 2015, the only people that brought all these sort of things up was always the media. Gamers were happy with Mass Effect. They didn't care that you could romance a blue girl or aliens or sleep with. That became the thing. Everybody wanted to sleep with aliens.
Or that you could be gay and sleep with Jacob.
That you could be gay. Yeah, or the other guy in Mass Effect. It wasn't a problem. It wasn't a problem until
Kai. I think his name was Kai.
I can't remember. Caden, yeah. Caden, and then there's the other one in Mass Effect, the Latino guy. He's a pretty cool guy. He's the one that sleeps with while he's grieving for his husband. Yeah, but my thing is, nobody cared. Like, nobody, and BioWare didn't sell it as that. They didn't have to say, well, we have gay characters and gay romances now. And the nice thing I like about it, and this is what I said to Ty the other day, is that for everything they did for that community, they would make sure that they get Jessica Chobot there with her big cleavage in that game for me. You understand? There was something in it for me, so you could have all your gay content and all your trans content, whatever you want. People that want to sleep with bears and all that, you could put that in there, but then there's a nice, hot chick there for guys that like nice. There's a Miranda. There is, who's another one? There's a Ashley in Mass Effect 3. She's super hot. There's hot chicks. Now you come to Andromeda where everybody looks like a toddler, and like the Asari are all unattractive with round faces, and they all look weird. I mean, like, you've lost me. Like, how am I supposed to respect what you're doing? And that's what Veil God looks like to me. I can't identify anything that I liked in Dragon Age in Veil God. That's why I could never say, you could never pay me enough to say anything positive about the game. Even the video I made on my channel. Even the video I made on my channel, Taye will tell you, I tried to be neutral, but I was still very critical. But I wasn't trolling. The thing I hate is dismissing people. Like, when you dismiss people and you start with words like woke, and you start calling people names, and you like losers. Go after people's yes, like, it's a loser. It's a really, you're
trying to make that stick, aren't you?
Because they're losers.
Yeah, but it is a loser mentality, Ty, to do stuff like that. If you're gonna call something out, at least be sincere in your criticism. And that's that's where I agree with you, is that I'll be sincere in my criticism. It doesn't mean I'm gonna like it. But when BioWare makes a game that I can see is for the gamers that came up with me, then I'll definitely give them props for that. It's the same reason I love CD Projekt Red's work. I mean, Cyberpunk is a very diverse game, respectfully so, but it's still sexy, it's still edgy. It doesn't try and moralize you and hit you over the head and, like, call you a Kuna or whatever these other things, a Kuma, whatever these things that they call you if you like attractive women in games and you don't want to sleep with bears and all sorts of fairy creatures, because that's acceptable today, but it's not acceptable to just like normal looking women or conventionally attractive women.
Oh my God.
To me,
when
it's
you say
so
normal looking women, what's not normal?
Well, if it's a bae, it's not. If it's a bae, dude, that's not normal. That's not conventional. If it's a fox, that has a tail, it's not normal, dude. Like you don't sleep with dogs or foxes and like that's not normal. It's a niche. But there's a community that's into that. I don't hate on it, but I find it weird that the same people with like foxes as avatars will call me whatchamacallit, a Guna or any of these things because I reshared a picture of Freyna from the First Descendant. Oh, this is such a Guna game. Oh, the porn addicts. Don't you have porn? I'm like, dude, you like foxes. You like animals. You look at animals sexually, and I'm the weirdo. Okay, I'll take that.
Right. Betitkus Prime. That's a good point, Oshis. Betitkus Prime. I'm just sick of people using black people as the butt of their jokes. You know what? We've been bitching and complaining a lot here. Let's try and discuss some solutions.
Yeah.
Ham, to this point here from Betitkus Prime, what do you think is a solution to avoid or to have less black people being used or black characters being used as the butt of jokes?
You guys are there?
I think Ham's asleep.
All right.
I
guess asleep. I could go then.
Solutions, Ty. What can we do so black characters aren't the butt of all the jokes? Or what can be done?
I think, to be honest, I think a lot of the people who are saying these things, there's genuine people who are talking about, characterizations, right? Storytelling, writing is important. And then there's people who actually don't care about storytelling or writing. They just want to, just attack and fight. You already lost these people. The only thing you can do with these people is just call them out. If they say something, ask them why, and then find out, like ascertain exactly what they mean, and then just dismiss them whenever it happens. But you just need to write better stories, better characters. I think when it comes to games that are poor or games that are rated at a 7 out of 10, 6 out of 10, they will stand the test of time because somebody's going to look back. Like obviously it's not going to help the developer at all, but someone's going to look back 10 years later, 15 years later and say, yo, that was actually a good game. And when you create a piece of art, that's all that matters. It's going to stand the test of time and people can look back and judge it. Like, listen, the Mona Lisa wasn't popular when it first came out, right? It took years of people staring at it and then people hyping it up. So I think that's going to happen. Some game, like, look, you said a few times, like, you think Starfield is gonna be, people are gonna look back funny on Starfield, especially with the updates. Same thing with No Man's Sky. I think this phase that we're in right now, where everyone's like, oh, work DI, bro, all that kind of nonsense. I think in 10, 15 years, 20 years,
is that your American accent?
I mean, it's this loser. It's a loser voice, bro. It's how they talk. I think in 15, 20 years time, people are going to look back and say it's different. Me and Ushers was speaking about Days Gone, how, initially it was received poorly, and now you go, everyone likes the game. People are looking back at that game and say, yo, it had some good parts in it. So I think that's what we are going to see. As long as you've written a good story and you've written a well-developed character, all this stuff, as you say as well, look like it's noise. You can't stop a good game. You can't stop a good character. End of story. So if you're a developer making a game like this, listen, you're going to deal with this kind of nonsense. Like, listen, Sony's dealing with it right now. Ghost of Yotei came out. It got announced, and they're all saying the same thing, which is like, woke this, woke that. Like, these are absolute losers. Like, you haven't played the game. Like, what the hell are you talking about? How can you say it's a crap game when you haven't played the game? This is the issue. This is a contradiction. So these people continue to call them losers, and that's it.
You're really trying to get the loser name to catch on.
Losers, dweebs, gremlins, they're all the same, bro.
Oh my goodness. Now they're gremlins. Dude, we sit here and we say people should stop, or the game developers should stop calling gamers names. And here we are calling gamers names. Come on. We can
because gamers are childish. They're childish. They're terrible.
Oh my goodness. All right. Yeah, that's who we were talking about, Ray. That's who we were talking about. Osh's solutions. How can we avoid? Ty essentially is He's given up. There's no solutions coming from Ty. Ty is just like, you know what? It's going to happen. Make peace with it. Get some lube. It'll hurt less. Do you have a possible solution?
Just make better products, like especially when it comes to black characters. I mean, you guys know how I feel about this, and it ties in even with the Yasuke thing. Stop using, and again, this is not mostly done by black creatives, mind you. This is white creatives. I don't know if it's out of white guilt or what it is, but they like to use black characters as an excuse for inserting activism in their games, or making characters that are incredibly unattractive, especially when they make black females. Stop using black characters or blackness as part of your activism. It's annoying to me, because what happens is that when the backlash happens, then it looks like, anything with black characters is not interesting or is not good, which was not the case, mind you, before, like, let's say 2015. I always like to cite 2015 because that's when I saw the change. And I always like to also cite Gears of War. To me, that was the most inclusive game up until that point ever made. And every single dude, bro, loved that game. Yeah, at that point, like, there wasn't a game as sort of like that had like diverse characters with diverse backgrounds.
Prototype 2?
Huh?
Prototype 2.
But Gears came before that.
The game that Kojima made.
Which one?
Come on, dude. You know I can't say this. I can't say the name of that game. Come on.
But like, okay, let me say this. To me, that is the first game that I found super, and it's because of the fact that the guy who made it was into hip hop. He loved a lot of things around, especially like, for instance,
which game are you talking about?
Gears of War.
Gears of War.
First Gears of War on Xbox 360. That is the reason I bought an Xbox. And it was able. He's very much into it. Like he was listening to the game at the time. Like, oh, dude, this guy is so awesome. So if you have guys like that writing black characters, it doesn't matter whether they're black or white or whatever. But if you have guys that come from that point, you're gonna get great products. You're gonna get characters like Coltrane. You're gonna get characters like Dom, who is one of the best in terms of like action, like sort of side characters that's ever been written, that had actually a very strong arc. Again, it comes back to stop letting activists write your games or work on your games. Go back to hiring creatives. If you have to, if you're struggling to find good stories from other cultural groups, go look at the art, go look at those communities, whether or not, and again, the internet is huge. You can find, like, there's so many guys I follow that write comic books, black dudes that write, like Stokes, the other dude, something Dupree, so many black comic book writers that are so talented that would be able to write you a kick-ass story. Go get those guys. Stop hiring activist women, specifically Caucasian women, to write your African stories, because you end up in a situation where you get like an SPI. Like, that's my thing, is get activism out of it, get the creatives back in there. There's plenty on Twitter.
How many activism I don't even know if this is like.
I say make whatever you want and see how the crowd takes it.
I agree.
I don't care. I don't care if you want to use SBI. Sure. I don't care.
Just make it good.
I personally don't care. There's all these labels all over everything, and they're like, I won't use it if it has that in it. Well, then don't enjoy it.
Yeah, Ham. Like
that's kind of where I'm at.
There's this obsession with like cancel culture, and like people just stop playing games. Just play the game. If the game is bad, the game is bad. If the game's good, the game is good. That's just really all it is. Like this notion of like, well, this person worked in your studio, this person said this. Like it's an organization, bro. There's like 100 people there with different opinions. Some of them are controversial, some of them are not so controversial. The idea that I will like not play a game because there's some SBI group behind it, it's ridiculous. If the game is good, the game's good.
Like I'll play it. Like if it has SBI or whatever, I'll play it. I'm not gonna say that it's gonna be perfect or anything like that. But if it's good, it's good. Like I thought Tales of Kenzera was good. I thought it was a pretty good game. I didn't think it was great, I thought it was good.
Even Stellar Bit, right? You know, with the whole hard R controversy. Let's say there was a guy there who actually, you know, said that term, and you know, he put that there on purpose because he's a racist. Does that mean the whole team is racist? Am I still gonna buy the game? Yeah, I'll still buy the game because I don't think the whole team is racist. I don't think one person's bad
Halo
actions
would have quit
reflects on the whole
existing a
studio.
long time ago if that was the reality.
Yeah, I saw the bonobo, whatever
What
the
happened?
fuck it is.
What's bonobo?
I think for Black History Month they made some kind of Halo African thing, and they call it like
that was back in like
bonobo tail or
2022.
something like that. Yeah, so something like, you know, yeah, you can't, like, you know, you can't identify somebody and then say, okay, yeah, I'm done with you. Like, that's not just the way it operates. And I think gamers used to be a lot different. They used to just be like, it's a game.
I'm done with
play the
Grump
game.
after what you guys shared today.
Isn't that nuts?
Exactly, Luke. Like, I agree with you. Like, you should be able to say that, to say, well, you know what, I don't. And again, there's so many games out there. I don't need to play a game made by SPI if like there's like 20 other games that are coming out that are more preferable to me, and I don't think there's like someone that's trying to hit me over the head with a message. Yeah, like there's just too many things to play
that
out.
You don't agree.
Exactly.
Ushers, let's be specific. A message you don't agree with, because as I've said multiple times, every game has a message.
Yeah, a message I don't agree with. Yes, absolutely, 100%. It's my choice what I consume in my free time, and I don't want to be preached to.
Yeah, and I think it's perfectly fine for you to feel that way, because it's people's money, and people can make the decision to buy the things that they want to buy and not buy the things they don't want to buy. Like me, for example, I don't care. Like the next FromSoft game, I'm buying it. I don't care what it is, because it's FromSoft, and what I'm a guy that likes I like logic. And for me, if something makes sense going forward, it should make sense going backwards. So if it makes sense for me and other people to be like, no, these specific developers, this specific director, etc., when they say they've got something coming out, I'm pre-ordering right off the bat, and no one gets labeled a racist, a homophobe, anything, because they're going to pre-order something. I feel that anyone that decides they're not going to support something because someone, a specific company or whatever is involved, I think that should be fine as well, because no one is judging anyone that's sitting there saying the next Konami game I'm buying. No one's calling them an ist. No one's calling them a phobe.
Look, remember the Subnautica picture you showed up, and how, like,
yeah,
you know, the stats.
So someone said in the comment section that people are mad or whatever. That was wild for me.
Yeah,
I
but
enjoyed
like
the first Subnautica.
Yeah, but remember, like the main game, obviously highly rated on Steam everywhere, and you know, it sold, I think, 6 or 7 million, and it's a good indie game. And as somebody pointed out as well, like the main character as well is not even like it's a non-white person. So there was somebody else who made a comment at the guy's you know, post, and he said something that I thought was interesting. He says, "I'm all for fighting forced DEI. But at what point are we just being racist with stuff like this? Black characters aren't always an automatic turnoff unless you're literally racist." So this guy is copping on. He's saying there's an issue here, because it seems like we're not even talking about the game. Like, you don't know nothing about this game. I hate Force DEI, so I'm gonna talk about Spider-Man, all this kind of stuff. But every single comment you say, you see a black character, you see a brown character, you see a woman, and your automatic response is it's shit. And he's like, you're literally saying that whenever there's a minority, it's a shit product. And I appreciate this guy's tweet, just because I think he's copping on to the grift. Like, you're saying this to an audience,
yeah,
and that audience is full of people who want to farm hate and people who are probably racist. And he's like, I'm not part of this, because this is the conversation. The conversation is, hey, listen, are video game developers pulling in certain themes that are affecting the story? That's the conversation we can have. But as soon as you say a black person, your default is, yeah, it sucks already. Like, what are we talking about then? You know, is like, when people say, oh, I can identify with a black character, You play Mass Effect, and David Anderson is your father figure. You couldn't identify with him. Your favorite character in Mortal Kombat is Jax. You played San Andreas. You played as CJ. You played GTA. You played as Franklin. You played Half-Life. You played Alex Vance. You know, you probably played Deathloop, and you thought it was a cool game. You played as Colton Juliana. But all of a sudden, and this is where you can see there's a grifter, because it was never a problem before. But now somebody has told you it's a problem. So now you're saying it's a problem. This is the grift. This is why you're a loser.
Yeah.
Because when I challenge you on all these games you played in the past before, your answer has to be, well, it sucked back then. But it didn't suck back then. But now it sucks all of a sudden. Yeah, this is the problem. This is why we don't need you to explicitly say, you know, XYZ. We can ask it just based off evidence. We can look at your history. You can look at the things you're saying, and then we can say, okay, you know what? You are a loser. You are a grifter, etc., etc., etc.
Ah, man, I just don't want to believe that Cult Classic K is a grifter. I don't.
No, I mean, no, I didn't say that. I didn't say that.
I don't believe that.
I don't think he's a grifter.
Yeah, I think she believes what she's saying. But yeah.
Yeah,
I just don't know why she made that thing. I think, like, for me, that you never do stuff where you're gonna need to clarify to people on, especially not on social media. Say something, stick by it, and then, like, I just think that, to me, that was a very problematic thing for her. Like, again, you know, she must have felt some sort of way for her to do that. But yeah, man, to me, it doesn't change my opinion on her. I'm still cool.
I do have a question though, and this is like, you know, everyone here creates content.
Rachie, you're not a terrible person. Rachie, you're not a terrible person. Go ahead, Ty.
Everyone here creates content in some shape or form. At some point, is it like even just mentally problematic for that person that the content that they produce is just full of the same talking points over and over again? This sucks. This is bad. Don't do this. Woke this. Like, do people not want to play like a good game at some point and just like talk about good? I don't know. Like, it just seems so bizarre to me to keep focusing on the negative side of things. Because if you talk about negativity, like that just attracts back to you. Like, I never came into this YouTube content to talk about negative games. That's why when people say your Paris is too happy. I'm like, yeah, like let it spread the positivity. Like, that's all good. Like, I'd rather have someone spreading positivity than freaking negativity. It's just
no.
To me,
I disagree with
that. What do you mean,
no? Vehemently. Because, like, one of the reasons me and Ham started this thing is we had like long ass play sessions during COVID, and we talk. See how we're talking right now? It'll be me and him talking for like 3-4 hours, almost every day for weeks, right? And during our conversations, we had like lots of like sessions where we'd just be fucking negative about video game related stuff for the entirety of the I don't know, the party chat.
The session, yeah.
Yeah, of the party chat. And it's cathartic because we're not going to sit here, get pissed on and pretend it's rain, right?
Yeah.
So if you think something's bad, you should be able to say it, regardless of whether people agree with you or disagree with you. This thing about the so-called toxic positivity thing, I do not co-sign that shit. No, sir. If something is bad, call it the fuck out. I do not co-sign this business of, you know what? The gaming industry is going through so many bad things or whatever, and there's so many voices that are being amplified, being negative. Let me be one of the positive people. Okay, but the subject that you're covering, is it a positive thing? No, it's not. But you still want to be positive because you want to be different. No, bruv. No. It's if it's bad, then it's bad.
And to your point, look, a lot of these guys are also very selective as to what they're positive about. I mean, this guy tweets about Trump all the time, calling him a liar and all this. And I'm like, what is this guy? Okay, it's your timeline. You can do whatever. But like, and I've found that a lot of them, when it comes to political things, they've got very, very polarizing opinions that are negative towards someone or another group of people. It's only the stuff like, for instance, that is like that's related to like, corporations that they work with that they normally very positive about. And I'm like, good for you. Like, again, to me, that's a grift in itself. So I don't know. I just feel that make the content that makes you happy. And yeah, if you want to lean into that, like for me, I'm not gonna like my content, like a lot of people are probably gonna say is gonna be grifty, but that's what I'm gonna lean into. I'm gonna talk about subjects I care about, but I'm gonna try and not use buzzwords, because the moment you put buzzwords in things, it loses. That's where I agree with Taye, is that stop with the buzzwords, stop calling people things, make arguments instead.
I watched the Star Wars creator video you're talking about, Oshus, and what I liked about his content is like he didn't use buzzwords. He didn't say woke. He didn't say this. He just kept to the actual point, like this doesn't make sense. This is bad. Whatever. This is bad. Right. And like he was very, like he was analyzing these products based on the quality.
He was specific.
Exactly. And he said, like, yo, listen, you could include black characters, all these LGBTQ characters, all you want. He's like, it doesn't change the story. If the story is good, the story is good. End of story. And I was like, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Now he did say, now if you made everyone black, I'm gonna like wonder why the hell you're doing that. But it doesn't change the fact that the product is still probably good. And I'm like, that's all I've been saying. We can have a discussion as to like, yo, why are you doing this? But we can also say that's separate from the actual product, if the product is good or not. Because if somebody came and told you, if somebody came and told us right now, they're like, yo, for Mass Effect 1, there was somebody who actually said, I have an agenda. I want to input diversity and LGBTQ qualities into this game. That is a woke agenda right there. And if that person succeeds, regardless if whatever the agenda was and how it came about, is Mass Effect a good game or not? We can say yes, game, and then we can talk about the person's agenda and say, yo, that wasn't cool, whatever it is. But the problem is people are keeping the two together. You can separate the agenda from the quality of the product. Is Alan Wake 2 a good game? It doesn't matter if she's a black chick who's a lead or whatever it is. Is it a good game or not? Was she a good lead? Was the acting good?
But Taye, do you know who dictates? Do you know who dictates whether or not the game is good or not?
The director and the writers.
No.
Yes.
The only objective metric to say whether a game is good or not is the people that jump on it.
Oh, the players, yeah, of course, yes, you're right.
For the players,
simple. If the players show up, that's all the feedback you need. And if they don't show up, that is also all the feedback that you need. Because grifters can inform all types of opinions. Grifters can inform all types of opinions, brother. But at the end of the day, people are going to put their money where they want to put it.
Yeah. So I said to an extent, just because while the players are the ones who ultimately, I think they ultimately decide if a game is successful. I don't know if they decide if a game is good or great or classic. I think subjectively, you can say that, but games like
all these games we bring up as great games.
Yeah, but I mean, like games like Okami, for example,
you have to actively search. Yeah, but
that doesn't.
You have to actively search for exceptions. The average rule is, if you make a good game, the gamers will come. That's the average rule. Because if exceptions, right? If exceptions are allowed to be brought into the discussion, then nothing is true. Anything that you say, there's an exception for. So we can't discuss anything because there's an exception. And if exceptions are valid, nothing is true.
While I agree with what you're saying, the exception point is just to highlight the fact that there is an objectively good game, you can say. I think when we just focus on subjectivity, it just gets into all this iffy territory. Can I play a game? For example, we can all say Concord failed miserably. Can we all say in terms of game mechanics, Concord is terrible? Objectively?
I wouldn't say terrible. I wouldn't say
exactly. Terrible. But the sales will indicate it's a terrible game that, that nobody took time to actually make. So that's just my point. That like, yes, while gamers are the ones who can tell you if a game is successful, that doesn't always mean that they are the ultimate deciders on to what is a great, amazing game.
The majority of the time, 9 times out of 10, that's what it means. There's exceptions. Again, there's exceptions to every rule. Even in science, there's exceptions. But 9 times out of 10, if your game's bad, no one's going to show up. People will show up for the memes just for a little bit, then they'll bounce. But if your game is good,
I would say 8 out of 10.
Regardless, bruv. Regardless, we're still talking exceptions.
Yeah, 8 out of 10.
That's still 80 out of that's still 80 out of 100. Would you take those bets? I wouldn't. Would you like to be on this or on the 2 versus 8 side? Would you put money on that? Come on. It's still an exception. So the rule is if you make a good product, you're fine. That's the rule. Oh my God, 3 hours. You guys are psychos. Y'all are freaking insane. And we didn't even get to touch on Amazon. Do you guys still have the stamina to get on Amazon and Warhammer?
I do not.
I don't mind. It depends on the topic. It depends how deep
y'all can keep going for sure, but I do not.
Okay. The topic is Amazon's Warhammer 40K secret level animation is a sequel to Space Marine 2. So Secret Level is the show that's coming in December, where they're going to do a whole bunch of animations of like video game IP. Yeah, essentially it's just video game IP, including Concord, of course, our beloved Concord.
Nice.
I think this is a good steal for them. I think because it's a sequel, then I can imagine the gamers wanting to tune in to obviously find out, what happens to their main character or whatever it is. So yeah, I think this is a very, very smart play. Oh, okay, and Henry Cavill is going to be there as well. So yeah.
Well, that project.
I think that one is that's different. That's a different topic. Dude.
Yeah, it's on.
Yeah, it is. You're right. Sorry.
Yeah. Okay, let's get into the article. Sorry. Amazon and Games Workshop have revealed fresh details about their secret level Warhammer 40K episode, confirming it's a sequel to the recently released Space Marine 2. So to that point, Ty, Oshus, have you guys played Space Marine 2?
No, I have not bought it. I've just got too many things, man. I can't be buying more new games at the moment.
I'm not trying to judge you. Like I'm struggling right now with Football Manager. Like right now, I only do one operation on Warhammer per day because the rest of the time is Football Manager. Anyway, Secret Level is an animated anthology series made up of 15. All right. Okay. In a post on Warhammer Community, Games Workshop pointed out that executive producer and supervising director Dave Wilson was responsible for one of the first ever Warhammer animations, the iconic opening to the original Warhammer 40K Dawn of War. Real-time strategy. That opening cinematic, now 20 years old, is usually popular. God damn it. What? Okay, here we go. Perhaps of most interest is the Warhammer 40K secret level episodes linked to Saber Interactive's record-breaking Space Marine 2. First up, Games Workshop confirmed actor Clive Standon's return as ultramarine lieutenant Titus, the protagonist of the game. Here's the quote. Players of Warhammer 40K Space Marine 2 will have already clocked the iconic figure of Lieutenant Titus in the initial teaser trailer released back in August. Today, it has just been confirmed that the indomitable Clive Stanton is reprising his leading role as the voice of Titus in this new animation. Games Workshop then confirmed that Secret Level animation is a sequel to Space Marine 2, even going as far as teasing that it follows on directly from the events of the game's campaign. Yes, that's Titus. And what's that fancy laurel on his helmet? Games Workshop said, if you've completed the game, then you already know. The animation follows the conclusion of the video game like a secret level. so I'm just gonna go first here. I'm a giant fan of Warhammer. Unfortunately, they don't sell the books here in Mozambique, but I'm a recent convert to the Warhammer universe. I've been watching lots of what's his face, Luton 09. Have you guys heard of him?
I watch a lot of there's a lot of channels on Warhammer, but Shay, please.
Yeah, I just put it in the chat right now. Luton 09, this guy. I mean, Ty, your voice, right? Your voice is very nice, but Luton, god damn.
I'll check him out.
Oh my goodness. Anyways, pause. Yeah. So I'm a big fan, and I'm very excited for this. Like a continuing of the story and the narrative of Warhammer, and yeah, just essentially, I can't wait. And this makes the whole anthology an even bigger must-watch, in my opinion. But yeah, go ahead, Ty.
I think it's a smart play from I think Saber, struck gold. I think Amazon struck gold as well, by getting a very popular game. I don't know if they knew this game was going to sell this well, but you got the gamers on board, so that's good. And yeah, I think it's going to be good. It should, numbers wise, be probably out of all the episodes, it should probably be the best one. I can't think of any other game that has a bigger name than
God
Warhammer.
of War.
God of War.
Okay, God of War. Yeah. But like as good as God of War is, you're gonna have the Warhammer fans, which is huge, and they're gonna come and probably want to check this out.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't be surprised if it does eclipse God of War, to be honest. But yeah, it's a smart play from them, and we'll see. And hopefully, the Concord episode is right after, so maybe those fans will stay and check it out, and Concord will get a few. Those developers need help for sure.
Are y'all gonna watch Concord?
Yeah, I'm gonna watch it because here's the thing with Concord. Yeah, first of all, those guys are gonna be bland as fuck because they look terrible. But if this guy who apparently is good, if he's writing the script, if he's the one directing it, then it's gonna be a good product. I think we can say aesthetically it's gonna look bland, but if the story is good, the story is good.
I'm looking forward to watching the Concord episode, not because I think it's going to be good, but it's going to be a good topic to discuss. And also, I guess you could call me a Concord grifter in that context. I think it's going to be a good topic to discuss, and also it's going to be short, so it's easier to put in 30 minutes rather than investing hundreds of hours into all that mid.
Yeah,
so,
for sure.
Yeah, I am definitely looking forward to watching the Concord thing. As far as 40K is concerned, dude, I am starving for 40K. I'm trying to figure out how I'm going to buy books, how I'm going to buy all of the 40K games on Steam or on PC, sorry, because I really don't care whether it's on Steam or not. But yeah, big fan, and I cannot wait for it. Oshus, thoughts on the 40K episode being a continuation of the campaign?
I think that's a very clever and creative way to sort of expand these stories. And I think cross media, if it's done properly, works very well. And for someone like me that loves anthology shows, like Love, Death, and Robots, this is right up my alley. So I'm definitely
remember that episode about God, where God was essentially having fun with people on a chessboard or something like that.
I don't remember that one particular. I didn't watch season 2. I watched season 1 and 3. So maybe it was in season 2.
You should watch it. It was a tabletop game like Warhammer actually, and God was playing with us as if we were Warhammer.
Just check for me if you know which season it's in, because I've watched all of season 1 and 3, but not 2.
All right, I'll check.
Yeah.
Yeah,
so to me, I think it's a shoe-in. That's very well. I'm not sure which other ones are there. I know God of War is there, Concord, but I wonder which other ones they're gonna include in there. I hope it's an ongoing thing that gets renewed and it's successful. But given how successful Fallout was for Amazon, I think they're definitely gonna have a lot of success with it. And yeah, I hope to see more of this type of stuff in the future.
I wouldn't be surprised if they don't get another one. because this success might inform like Sony. Sony might be like, hold on a minute. You're not getting this anymore.
Well, they're doing the God of War show as well.
Yeah, but the God of War show, where is it?
It's gonna be on Amazon. I think it's gonna be. I think if the shows are, if this franchise, or sorry, this series takes off really well, I think you're gonna have developers trying to reach out to them, be like, because you want that kind of cross support, as Usher said. When Mario dropped, Nintendo sales went up for Mario games, and they sold Switches. When Last of Us TV show came out, exact same thing. When Fallout came out, exact same thing. Like at some point, you're gonna look at these guys and say, hey, listen, we have an indie game, we have this game, whatever it is. Can you please? I wouldn't even be surprised if at some point it's game studios paying them. Can you take our IP? Because at some point the value proposition changes.
Yeah,
it's like on Smash Bros, for example, right? I don't know if you guys know about Smash Bros. Obviously you do, but like Martin Roy, they were not popular in the West. I got introduced to them via Smash Bros, and so did many people, and that was enough for it to probably like influence sales. So I would say at some point, if this does really take off well, then yeah, you're gonna see a lot more. And I wouldn't be surprised if Netflix turns around and says, yeah, listen, we're close to gaming studios too. Like, we already have experience in making this kind of short series with Love, Death and Robots and what are the other ones called? So yeah, I could see them trying to do it too as well. Who knows? Even Disney already does something similar with their IPs as well, I think. So yeah, I could see this taking off if this does really well.
All right. Well, Ushers, to your point about God of War, Sony and Amazon are reportedly rebooting the plans. Things aren't going well.
Yeah, exactly. I think
going well.
Probably DEI.
According to Deadline. Oh my god! According
to Deadline, he refused to bring in black people. So he was like, "We're not having that. We're DEI focused, bruh."
Y'all are messy. According to Deadline, showrunner Rafe Judkins and EP's Hawk executive producers Hawk Ostby and Mark Fergus have left the live-action project after completing multiple scripts for the first season. The studios are apparently looking to move in a different creative direction, though one source told Deadline the trio scripts were praised by both Sony and Prime. At the time, Amazon Studios head of television Vernon Sanders told Collider fans shouldn't expect the show to deviate far from the source material. At the center of it all is the story of fathers and sons and families set against this giant epic landscape, said Sanders. So what Rafe and Mark and Hawk have come up with for the first season and for the series, I think is both incredibly true to the source material and also compelling on its own. If you never played the game, you will fall in love with the show and feel very much invited in. So I think it's going to be huge. I'm confused. You enjoyed what they said, but just what they wrote, but you're scrapping it regardless. Did you guys get the same conclusion, or?
I just wonder what it is. I wonder what it is. What was the turning point that made them go, well, we like it, but we don't like it enough. Especially like when Amazon accepts almost anything. They greenlight almost anything.
Stop talking about the Rings of Power. I know that's what you want to talk about.
That's exactly what I'm talking about.
Stop talking about that.
That's it, no? That's it. I'm just like, again, yes, with fandoms, the things are so messy. Like for me, the moment they said fathers and sons, I lost interest because that's not the God of War I care about. I care
that's
about
what it is, though. Dude, the Greek God of War, who's his father? What the fuck? Bro, did you not play God of War? What are you...
No.
Dude, did you... Oh, my Lord.
No.
It
only
quite
find out
literally
that your father way later, like in like the third game.
Regardless of when you find out, that's what it ultimately is, bro.
Nah, but like I'm just saying that like I'm into the original trilogy, which wasn't about fathers and sons. It was about murdering a whole bunch of armies.
Now you're being a grifter, just like Ty said.
Okay, but my thing is that's what I care about. I liked that Greek story, and I think they're gonna do it Atreus Kratos thing, which I don't care about. I don't like the reboots, to be honest with you. I don't like what they did to Kratos, in my opinion. I prefer old school Kratos. I know it did better for the franchise, and I can see why people like it, and heck, I'm good for them. But I've got my reservations. I'll make up my mind when I see the marketing material and the trailers. But I don't even think they're gonna focus on what you're talking about, Luke, which is the Zeus Kratos thing. I think they're gonna focus on him being a father to, was it Atreus?
Yeah, it's Atreus.
Yeah, which I'm not interested.
But that's fucked up because he was a father to a girl first. Before he
exactly,
was a father to
I would be more interested in that story with him and his original family as a Greek soldier. To me, that would be more meaningful than the Atreus. I hate. In fact, the character to me annoys me. Like, I didn't like them in the first game. I dropped that first game because I just couldn't. It was really irritating.
Oh my God, Richie is coming here to defend the Grifter. Says Oshus hates all modern games equally. Jesus.
This is actually very true. It's consistent on that point. I actually agree with Oshus that I think him and a daughter would actually be quite interesting. I think, and she can grow up to be like, a badass kicking ass. Yeah, I actually think that's probably a more interesting story.
No, but she dies.
And then Kratos.
But listen, rewrite the damn story.
Bashed in. No. In this modern version, right? Kratos gets his head bashed in just like Joel, and then she's the one who lives, and she goes to kill Zeus, right? Right. The modern audience is going to love that shit right there. I think those guys, what they wrote was essentially like beat for beat what happened in the first 3 games, and they were like, too much of a male power fantasy there. Yeah. And then they probably wrote in like 1 or 2 sexual orgies with Kratos, and then that was like the final straw. They were like, no. Maybe he did that in the games, but we are not having that over her. And then it all went to shit. Yeah, I think that's probably what happened.
When Oshus mentioned,
I'm putting money on it.
Trust on Amazon. I generally don't agree with studios per se. I just look at who's like heading it, right? It's kind of like Christopher Nolan. He used to be with WB. He's left WB. Now he's with Paramount, isn't it? Paramount's correct.
He's got
I mean, like, his movies are still gonna be Christopher Nolan movies. Doesn't matter, like, whose name is on it. So when I look at these guys, I'm saying, okay, well, who are the guys who are initially writing it? One of them, he's written for Children of Men, the movie. He wrote Iron Man. He wrote The Expanse, and he wrote Cowboys and Aliens. The guy's name is Hawk Oatsby. And the other guy is Rafe Judkins, and he wrote The Wheel of Time, and he wrote The Last Amazons. And Wheel of Time is relatively good, and he has some. Yeah, it's okay. I get where you're coming from. But he's also done like Agents of Shield, Hemlock Grove, Chunk, My Worst Enemy, Law and Order, The 4400. I used to love that series. And the final guy is Mark Fergus, and I think he's done First Snow, Cowboys and Aliens, and The Expanse as well. So I think the Expanse parts kind of has me interested. And the other stuff is okay, but like they're not anything crazy. And this is why when Amazon said, "Hey, listen, we're doing Fallout," I was like, "Well, who's writing it?" And as soon as I saw that cast, I was like, "Yeah, this is gonna be good." Like, it doesn't matter if it's Amazon, Netflix. As soon as you know who's directing and writing that script, it is what it is. In the same way how, I always tell people, like, if Neil Druckmann left Sony and that whole team left with him, you're going to get a Naughty Dog game. Doesn't matter what name is behind it. In the same way, everyone says, yo, listen, Metaphor is pretty much a Persona game. It's like, yeah, because it's a new studio, correct? It's called Studio Zero. But guess what? Everybody who made Persona 5 left and went to go form that new team. So it's the same freaking.
So what did you think was going to happen?
Yeah, it's the same freaking company, bro. Like, it is what it is. And maybe that's why people might be anxious now, because the team making Persona 6 is different from the team that gave you all these games that you love.
Persona 6
sometimes.
Yeah, Persona 6 is coming out in a couple of years.
When did they release 4 and 5? Or even 3? I just oh no, I'm thinking about something else. Sorry, I'm thinking Parasite Eve for something. Okay, possible. Oh yeah, the Atlas game. Oh okay.
Yeah, Atlas is
yeah. I get.
But listen, I don't like you guys. You guys seen the Sonic reviews? I mean, it's
yeah, they're super positive.
Sega's on a roll. Like they're doing really, really well.
They're killing it.
They low key like nobody's like giving them props, but they low key crushing it.
Yeah, because I think people forget like Atlas is Sega. Like Sega is like that. That's them. So I think listen, Sega's doing. I think right now from people had Capcom as like one of the best Japanese studios recently, and I still think that's somewhat true. But I would say Sega is like tip them now as like probably the best consistent Japanese studio, apart from Nintendo.
Agreed.
Yeah. Richie said something funny in the chat. Says I'm happy they're making. Well, I'm happy they're making Ghost of Yote instead of Dead of Tsushima. I'm not. I don't hate that. I don't hate that. I don't like the idea of getting Jin and now he's a grizzled older samurai, and now he has to take care of his son, and we have to walk around with him. That does not sound fun at all. So you know what? Ghost of Yote, new character, new canvas. I'm down with that. I like it. What do you guys think?
Yeah, could work.
Yeah, I think Ghost of Yote, female protagonist, male protagonist, like whatever. I think it's I'm not crazy about it. I'm gonna play Assassin's Creed instead because that's just my jam. But I'll keep an eye on Ghost of Yote and see what happens.
You went to play Witcher Creed. That's what you
Witcher Creed. But listen, here's the thing: what I love about Ubisoft. Right? They identified that The Witcher 3 was a great game. And they identified that CD Projekt Red wasn't going to bring out a sequel for another like 15 years. So what did they do? They said, okay, we're going to fit in that niche. And they did. And they did a great job. They did it so well that now we call them Ubisoft games. And everybody took their, because they took the Witcher template and they improved on it.
They took away from us so they could enrich themselves. That's why I hate them.
No,
like,
because
Fortnite. Let me finish.
Previous
Fortnite. Great template. Great template. If the Gears of War people stood up and said, you know what, we can do Fortnite too, and then they completely changed exactly what Gears of War is because the Fortnite model works. I'm not saying it won't sell. It'll probably sell. Just like Assassin's Creed abandoned their soul. And it sold. They sold millions of copies. If I'm not mistaken, Valhalla is the highest selling Assassin's Creed game of all time.
The recent ones also really well, yeah.
Yeah. Well,
but you see, look, what the pushback here is
that they took. Hold on, I still think it's bullshit that they took a franchise that I used to buy on an almost annual basis. They took the bones and soul of that franchise and bastardized it and turned it into whatever it is that it is now.
Yeah. So, sorry, go ahead, Ty.
No, go ahead.
I was gonna say, like, again, this is just the lack of just to show that the creative bankruptcy of Ubisoft. What I would have done as Ubisoft, and I don't understand how this escaped them, is do not make Odyssey, Origins, and now Shadows or Valhalla. Don't make them Assassin's Creed games. Make them a franchise of their own. Make it mythology something. Valhalla. You know, they could have done that, but like they're so creatively bankrupt, they have to make every game the same template. Like I don't understand why they made that choice.
They're not like these tiny developers that you need to kind of stick to a franchise that has a big name. Ubisoft itself, just saying that this is a Ubisoft game is big enough to support a new franchise. The same way like Atlas right now can come out with Metaphor, and people are like, yo, it's Atlas, all right? Yeah. They're cooking, don't worry.
While there's some agreement
when they started with this new version of Assassin's Creed, Ubisoft was still big. They were still gigantic. They were still loved by many.
Exactly. Mind
so
you,
while there's some what was the Assassin's Creed game that came out before Origins? Do you guys remember?
Syndicate.
And that was one that did bad, right?
No. The French one did bad because it was
the one
full
that
of
did
bugs.
bad was the broken one, but eventually
Unity.
people rediscovered it.
Okay,
and it still sold. It still sold very well. That's true.
So here's the thing with Assassin's Creed, the newest ones. I see where people are coming from. I mean, the fans, and we're not entirely too pleased with it.
What's up?
However, the difference here is when you look at Assassin's Creed, the older games, there is a lineage that you can see how the previous Assassin's Creed games have led to this, right? Because at the end of the day, you're still exploring a city, you're still assassinating people, you're still jumping from rooftop to rooftop. In fact, the bones of Assassin's Creed is still in Assassin's Creed.
It's not
in the newer games.
I'll tell you why.
Why is it not in the newer games?
You can't assassinate everyone.
The assassin mechanics are broken in these games. No, you can't.
No, in the latest ones, you can assassinate. Yes, you can assassinate people.
The word assassinate. Hold on, guys. Let me finish my point. The word assassinate. It's called Assassin's Creed. In the old games, you could one-shot everyone, bosses included.
Yeah, you can do that in the new ones as well. No, in Origins you couldn't, and in Valhalla
and in Odyssey you couldn't.
Come on, bro.
No, in Valhalla you can. Yeah, you get a perk. It's a perk. You get a perk, which is very easy to get, and then you can one-shot everybody.
Yeah, but
no, but hold on. They make you work for it now because now it's a quick time event. So when you assassinate somebody, these things hit like a circle pod, and if you press at the right time, then you assassinate the person. People wanted it back, and they got it back.
Ty, what would have been the difference if they just made it a spin-off series that's different?
No. I'm not disagreeing with you. In fact, I actually think Ubisoft is actually smart right now because now they're making like the mainline games and they're making like the Mirage One games. But I'm saying there's a direct lineage that you can see how Assassin's Creed has become what it is today because all the things you can do that you can still more or less do and more, right? You can still climb up buildings. You can still run around. Now Ubisoft has said, you know what? Rather than just give you a city to explore, guys, and
it's
do
not
things, how about you can talk to people?
It's not Parkour Creed, bro. It's Assassin's Creed.
Yeah, but like
the soul of the franchise.
At least, point though.
At least I'm missing the point because for me the soul of it, it died. For me, Assassin's Creed died as soon as they were like, now instead of only maybe the last one or two bosses you have to go a full out battle with. Now all the bosses you have to battle with, and if you actually do the assassin thing of like creeping up on them and figuring out how to get to them without them noticing you, and you hit them, the maximum thing that will happen is that half of their life will be drained, but you still have to battle them like you're playing freaking.
You're talking from Origins, though.
Witcher.
The latest one, that's not true. You can one-shot people in the latest one.
Which is that Mirage, but Mirage is like supposed to.
No. In Assassin's Creed Valhalla, you can one-shot people. You have to get a perk. So
what's the name of this perk?
I'm not. I can't remember what it is, but I mean, you can Google it right now. You could because fans are complaining. They're like, "Oh, it's not Assassin's Creed," and they're like, "Okay, fine, here you go. You can one-shot people." That's actually why in the game you can go to a castle that's level 90 and you're level 20, and you can still wipe out every single body because you can one-shot everybody. Like I've done it so many times. So when people complain that this game is too easy,
that is quite literally what Assassin's Creed is. That's been my issue.
Oh, it's back. Go play Valhalla. It's back.
Bro, don't make me waste my mind.
Apart from that, in Valhalla, you can hide between people again, as usual. You can sit down on benches and hide your head. You can, they literally brought all these things back. Now, you can say it's not finessed well. They haven't improved on it per se.
Yeah, it's very generic.
Yeah, but like I'm telling you, like I was playing Valhalla like a week and a half ago or so. I mean, I was playing before Metaphor came out.
Okay.
And I had to stalk somebody, and I was, running through buildings, and then there's a security guard there, whatever it is, a Templar or whatever. And I sat down, on a bench and just put my hood up, and the guy just walked by me. Then there was this, women in white cloaks. I went to go hide. Like, they've brought all these mechanics back for Valhalla. Again, I understand if you can say, yo, listen, you brought the mechanics back, but they still feel like from, 2010 or whatever it is. That's fair. but they have brought the mechanics back, and you can still one-shot people.
You can do that with bosses as well.
Yeah, I'm level 20, and I go to these places and I just one-shot every single body. Like it's the game is so easy. Like I see why Ubisoft didn't want to take it out, because how you level 20 and wiping out a castle.
But I still reckon that they should have separated the series. That's my only thing.
Make it harder for you to traverse. Make it harder for you to get through places without being seen, etc. It's called game design, bruv. I'm not even a game designer, and I know how to implement challenge for an assassin. And a good example is a game called Aragami that I absolutely love. It's a game where you play essentially as an assassin with 1 or 2 abilities. It's an indie game. You essentially you can't do like one-on-one battles like Assassin's Creed. If you try that, the game gets extremely difficult. And I love it because it brings me back that Assassin's Creed itch. Because I want an assassin game, but not Hitman. And for me, AC lost it a long time ago. A long time ago. Richie says copy is still in plastic. All right. But the acting now is trash. Mirage cinematic conversation where 2007 AC 1 level.
Yeah, I won't lie. Like even in Valhalla, the acting was stepped on. Like I don't know. Again, but Ubisoft, man, is so clumsy. Oh, I don't know, man. Like I get so frustrated.
Yeah, Ubisoft are a bit sloppy. Yeah.
You can see that there's great mechanics. There's so many good things, but it's just like the most glaring things that they just get wrong. Like Odyssey is my favorite Assassin's Creed game. I love Cassandra. I love the setting, but they got just basic things wrong in that game, like in terms of like progression wise. And there's just things that just slow the game down to a crawl where it's just busy work for no reason. And then you're just like, but guys, this could have been fixed. This could have been a nice, tight experience, but you chose to just, I don't know, bloat it with nonsense.
I always say like Ubisoft games are like 2 steps away from like greatness. Like I think the Origins game, Odyssey games, like these games are really good. It's just 2 steps away from being like something truly like an RPG like masterpiece. Like they're that good. The combat, if the combat's improved, they scale back some of the open world and just make it a little bit smaller. And they just tighten things up. Like these would be great games. But to Usher's point, sorry, to Luke's point, yeah, like you're right. The games are very, very different. Like there's a reason why the fans are upset. That Ubisoft has kind of went down this approach. And to Usher's point as well, like they probably could have made a whole separate game, and this would have been like a new franchise, because this is what happened with Assassin's Creed. It was Prince of Persia, and then they moved it. Yeah, so yeah. So they've done it before, and even with the Tom Clancy games as well. Like like they've changed it up when everything's becoming different.
Wildlands is what it's Ghost Recon. Those all came from Rainbow Six. It started with Rainbow Six. Splinter Cell was a spin-off of Rainbow Six. Mm-hmm. Same with Wildlands. All those characters were spin-off of those Tom Clancy games. So you can do it. Like they've done it before. I just think that there's just a lack of direction there, man. Like they need, especially narrative directors. Like they really need some very good narrative directors to focus the vision of the game, especially towards finishing time, to say, okay, cool, how do we bring this whole experience in and make it a concise experience, same way Sony does with its narrative games. Sony does not mess around when it comes to that. It's like pinpoint accuracy how they execute. I wish they could just get some of that.
I agree 100%. But one thing I'll say is that when it comes to these kind of games, Ubisoft are the best at making these kind of games. No one can tell me Horizon Forbidden West open world is as innovative, as diverse, and as creative as Ubisoft's open world games. It's like, okay, let me not say.
I'm just talking about narrative wise.
Narrative is great, because people tell me like
Ubisoft. Even narrative, I'd rather play Valhalla. I'd rather play Valhalla.
People tell me like Ubisoft games are like I'll even get. I've said it so many times. Like Ubisoft game, if you think about it, right? In Assassin's Creed, like you could have boat battles, you could have raids, you have treasure hunting, which is in itself. Then they let you go into Valhalla with a whole new story. Then you can go into the real world, like crazy contents. Then you have this group of like Templars, chasing you down. You have good side missions. You have the mini games, like the drinking mini games. You have the horse riding races. And Ubisoft packed their games with so much content that when people say like, "Oh, they're lazy," they're not lazy. Like these guys are really good. The problem is they don't fine tune these elements. That's just all it is. If they took an extra 2 or 3 years to make this game, like it's perfect. They make like even the dice game that they created, Orlog. Sony did theirs with Sony created theirs for Horizon Zero Dawn, Forbidden West, garbage game. It doesn't even make sense. Like Orlog is probably the second best. Okay, maybe I'm reaching here. I was gonna say Orlog is probably the second best mini game in an RPG, but I haven't played Final Fantasy. Orlog on in Valhalla.
They have a game inside the game.
Even like listen, even the romance options are better than freaking Horizon and Ghost. Like when I see Ghost of Tsushima,
Horizon doesn't have romance options and all that because those are
but they let these people flirt with you and stuff, which is stupid. I don't even like that job. People flirt.
I mean, how do you flirt with Aloy? It's like flirting with like a.
It's terrible. Like I don't like. You don't even flirt. She can't even flirt. Like they flirt with you, and it's
she's always serious. You know, she's the most self-interested character I've ever played. Like everything is like she's so into her own thing. Like she doesn't even acknowledge the characters around her. It's all about no. I need to do like she's never wherever
she's so unlikable. Oh. I remember I was playing the game right, and when she was mean to the what's the guy's name?
Are you okay, Oceans?
She frustrates me. I hate I love playing female characters.
She's irritating.
Badly written female characters annoy me, and she's the worst example of all those things. Like
she has this like superiority complex. Like she's the one who can like
she
do
does.
everything.
Yes, like she's too good for everyone. She doesn't have time for anyone. She's got this all important mission that takes up everything, and I'm like, okay, but it just makes your experience very hollow as a player because you can't connect to anyone because Aloy is too busy. Like she's got
like Horizon Forbidden West is one of the worst writing I've ever come across. It's disgusting.
It's terrible. Now you know why Concord.
Oh my goodness!
You just had to.
You guys need to leave Concord alone. Just leave it alone, bro. Come on. Anyways, let's get back to the news. Star Citizen developer is confident of releasing standalone single-player story game Squadron 42 in 2026.
I heard that in 2022. Squadron 42 was ready for beta.
Yeah, don't believe none of this nonsense. Now it could come out because apparently the game has been finished. The problem is this is an issue with the creator. He's Chris Roberts is obsessed, very anal about these things. Like a game has to come out at some point. And I find this really funny because when Starfield launched and everyone was laughing at it or whatever after some time, these guys dropped the trailer for their game. And in the comment section, we're just filled with all these people saying, Starfield sucks. This is a real game. And I'm like, you absolute losers and grifters. You don't know nothing about this game.
Agree with you there, dude.
Because this game is not your savior. This is beta. What are we talking about? Like
this is vaporware. It's never coming out.
But this actually launched the game, and this is a freaking tech demo.
These guys are paying like $25,000 for ships that are in a game that's not finished, that you can't read. Like you can play parts of it, but I don't understand. Like I really do not understand that whole thing.
Yeah, it's but my thing about this guy is like, because I know the story is finished. I think the single player has been finished for some time. They just keep changing things, changing engines, fixing that kind of stuff. Yeah. Just release the single player mode and just do what No Man's Sky, the guys at Hello Games are doing with Sean Murray. Just keep patching shit. Like just release a single player mode. That's it. Like if you release that and people buy this and then you expand on it, it's okay, it's perfectly fine. And then you're probably gonna get even some income because now I'm probably gonna buy it. Someone else is gonna buy it because if it's a really good game, really good single player game, and I've seen it, it looks epic. Like it does look really good. Like just release this content and you're gonna get more income in. I don't know why they're taking. Actually, I do know why. It's because this guy's a freaking is so anal about everything.
So I mean, the game now is probably sitting around 600 million in terms of, and this is all mostly just crowd-funded money.
Yeah, it's impressive.
600 million. Like this game has been in development since 2012. Like at some point in time, someone's going to tell these people the emperor has no clothes. This is, you guys, this is like the longest running con of all time. Like there's no game to be. You guys are going to keep playing this alpha until forever because you know what's going to happen.
Until the owner dies.
Yeah, because like what's going to happen is now games like what keeps happening is this, right? This game was originally made on the Crytek engine.
Crytek,
yeah. And my thing is they changed the engine because that engine, which was super good at the time in 2012, became outdated. Do they understand that now technology is moving even faster with AI? Games like GTA 6 are going to come out and then they're going to bury anything that guy is already working on. And then they're going to go back to the drawing board again and start again and have to redo certain, parts of that. And then again, there's going to have to
keep giving money. That is not a problem.
Yeah, I suppose, dude. If people keep paying for it, my man.
They're giving it because, like, I have a few friends who've played it and not the single player because that's not out yet. But in terms of the actual universe or galaxy, as you say, there's 3 games to kind of compare. There's Starfield, there's Star Citizen, and there's No Man's Sky. Star Citizen has the epicness of going to a planet, going around a space station, going around a huge ship. It has all these things that like it's that epic sci-fi thing that Bethesda didn't achieve. What it doesn't have is the story part. It doesn't have the the New Atlantis, the Neon. Bethesda is an RPG game. No Man's Sky is it's a survival game or whatever it is. Whereas Star Citizen is something it's very, very different.
It's a fucking museum.
Exactly. That's exactly what it is. There's nothing there. You buy stuff to look at it.
Yeah, exactly. But people can play missions together, in the open system, and they can fly together, and I think you can, like, for example, you can go out of your ship and be in 0G and then go board someone else's ship, and you can end up in like these kind of space battles. Like it's quite epic in like, I don't know if you guys saw the trailer, but like it's very like Star Trek, Battlestar Galactica kind of vibe. So I can see why people are interested in it. Like my friend, he loves it and he loves the idea of what they're trying to achieve, but he just doesn't know when it's going to launch.
But my thing is this. And again, don't forget, like with this Chris Roberts, this guy was working on Starlancer for Microsoft, and he pushed development time so much so that Microsoft bought the company and forced him to release the game because it was never coming out. He kept pushing the date back. I think it took almost a decade to make Starlancer because of this guy. He eventually quit before the game was published because he refused to release it as Microsoft when Microsoft wanted it to be released.
Yeah.
So yeah, I feel sorry for these guys here, like with this.
So past performance informs future results. If that was his behavior back in the day, we can only assume that that's exactly what he's going to do now. And now there's no Microsoft to force his hand.
Yeah, and the budget is sitting at 700 million.
The problem that he might be running, I mean, I think from the articles they say like, hey, listen, the funds are kind of running thin a little bit, that people are not buying as much ships as before. So I think at some point you're gonna have to release something, and I think that's why Squadron 42 might come out, because that's something that they need to show the world. They're like, okay, we have this. I'm surprised if it gets delayed, because honestly, the fact that it's even 2026 is a joke. This thing has been
in 2012.
Like two, like what an absolute joke.
We've seen 3 generations of consoles while this game was being made.
I know, yeah. And the thing is, like, as you said right there, the more technology improves, the more they're gonna feel like, oh, it doesn't look as good anymore. We need to like
with AI is gonna bury this game, because what's gonna happen is games are gonna come out with like AI routines where, like for instance, NPCs, sort of like alive. and
but
planets.
This is the problem, yeah, because when new tech comes, he's going to want to implement that into his game, and that's just going to keep delaying the game over and over again. Like,
and then in 2036, we'll be talking about, like, I know it's coming out this year.
Dude, can you imagine? Can you imagine, like, the actors who are like, "Yo, I recorded this shit 15 years ago." What the hell? He was like, "Bro, like, I was a kid back then when I did this voice actor."
There's a South African investor that put millions, tens of millions into this game. I'll tell you what his name is.
Oh my god. Who is he? Who is this idiot?
I'll tell you now. It's a family. It's one of the richest families in South Africa.
My friend, he played that and he was like, "Yeah, you know, it's okay to kind of explore and it's cool, but it's just empty and it's very, very tough on the PC." So he's like, "It's a game you play for a little bit." And it's funny because he was one of the guys who didn't like Starfield for various different reasons. But he's like, Starfield has longevity. Like, it's an RPG. You can actually talk to people and do story points, which keeps it alive.
Starfield is an actual complete game.
And it only cost about 250 million to make.
Oh my god. Rachie, thank you so much for the super chat, brother. It says, imagine the salt if the game releases on Game Pass.
Someone spread a rumor, actually, like the richest point. Someone spread a rumor saying that, like, due to cash flows, they might try to get Xbox has had a look at it, and I was like, nah, I couldn't find out. I couldn't find out anywhere.
So I shared the article. This guy invested $46 million. He's from his name is Clive Calder, and son invest 46 million in studio behind crowdfunded game Star Citizen. So yeah, man.
Well, actually, that might not be. If it's an investment, that's not too bad. I mean, okay, it's bad because he hasn't released the game. But if it's an investment, you're gonna get your money back in some way, shape, or form, I imagine.
No, well, I mean, no. I mean, you invest in the Joker 2, you're not getting a cent, bro. Like, because there's no money that's been made. So
I think what I mean is, like, when this game sells, like when this game comes out, when it comes, whenever that is, his great grandchildren are gonna be taken into court.
Whoa, what are you talking about, dude? These ifs, they feel like do you live on the same planet as I?
Yeah, no, I'm taking a piss, man. Actually, forget what I was gonna say. It doesn't matter.
Advice from you. I'm not taking financial advice from you, bro. I'm sorry. This guy, when this thing comes out, bruh, by the time this thing comes out, we'll all be grandddads, every single one of us.
Yeah.
All right. So
I might buy it at some point because my friend was like, some guy actually messaged me, and he was like, "Have you played Star Citizen?" I was like, "No." I was like, "I like your Mass Effect content. I think you should make Star Citizen content." And I was like, "Oh, I don't have a PC or that kind of stuff." And he was like, "I'll buy you the game." And I was like, "Oh shit! Like you're gonna buy me the game so I could make." And the only reason why I said no is because I just didn't have the PC to run it. But at some point, I might actually play it and then I might start making content because I'll say one thing: it is very, very epic. Like it's a
pretty ass game.
Yeah, like you walking around the streets, you go into your ship, you're actually flying and taking off. Like it's doing all that thing every fan.
Do you know what else is pretty?
Do
you know what else is pretty?
Yeah.
Horizon Zero Dawn.
That's true.
Yeah, that's
true.
A
very pretty game. I don't know how they get that engine to do the stuff it does. Like Sony's made magic with that thing.
Yeah, they're great.
Valhalla is on Game Pass. Is that
Game Pass, yeah. All the Assassin's Creed games. It's on Game Pass and PSN, brother. So take your pick.
I'll get it on PSN then.
Guys, I gotta bounce though. I kind of I have a few calls I need to make.
I've got work tomorrow.
You guys are wild. Seriously, almost 4 hours on this. Rachie, thanks so much for the super chat and for the Valhalla tip right there. I think I'm gonna download it as soon as I.
You played Origins, right?
Yes, I did play Origins.
Yeah. Listen, Valhalla is I think it's a very, very, very good game. It just has tightness.
Like my main reference when I shit on the modern the modern Assassin. I was about to say Star Wars. When I shit on the modern Assassin's Creed is usually Origins. That's my main.
Don't play it as an Assassin's Creed game. Play it as a.
I didn't like it.
as a historical whatnot.
And that's the problem. Oshus, Tai, the problem for you guys, right? The thing is, you guys know how you guys can separate yourself from the game because you're not super massive fans of what came before it. Do you know what I mean? So, like Halo, if you look at what Halo was versus what it is, you see a whole bunch of people bitching. But
That's
for
like
me, it's fine. Like I'm okay with what Halo is right now. I enjoyed the Infinite campaign, but there's a whole bunch of people that hate it. And then I've gone on YouTube, I've watched the videos thinking that they were grifters. And then when I listen to their points, I'm like, you know what? This is essentially me. One day someone wakes up and decides Tekken is not going to be what Tekken used to be. I'm going to update it for a modern audience. And then here's Loke making an entire playlist shitting on the new Tekken. Do you know what I mean?
Before actually, I got a question for you guys. Do you think God of War from the previous games to what it is now is a bigger change than what Assassin's Creed was prior to what it is now?
Yes, I do. Because of just like they didn't just change like the story and the gameplay,
camera angles and gameplay.
They changed if you remember, God of War used to be like cinematic from the fact that the camera used to move around you, and then like the big set pieces would sort of take place. You would see the giant you're gonna fight coming from a mile away, while it's still like a shadow, and then as you get closer to it, it had that sort of thing going for it, and then they turned it into this like third person where you lose a lot of that
Chronos fight. That Chronos fight. Oh my goodness.
Thematically, it's a different game. Kratos is not the same character. They literally completely 360 the character. It's a completely
in Assassin's Creed was always different characters. So yeah, Oshus, I agree with you. I was about to disagree with you there, but you know what? So that's a very good argument. It's a very good argument.
Yeah. Because when I was playing Origins, the first thing that came, when I was playing Origins, the first thing that came to my mind was like, I don't know. It felt like it was Assassin's Creed. It was just like, oh, it's open world and I can go anywhere I want. Well, obviously, I was like, okay, you can't kill everyone easily. Okay, now there's more RPG elements. But if you were to ask me, did I think Assassin's Creed, even like, if it was a closed city or whatever it is, would they have RPG elements? I would say yeah, because it just seems like a natural evolution. You're in a city talking to like with people around you, civilians, people. You have to go to this person for missions. At some point, like they're gonna give you side missions, they're gonna give you main missions, they're gonna give you weapons, like, because the combat in Assassin's Creed was pretty bland. It was just like one weapon. At some point, I'm like, they're gonna give you all these things.
It wasn't bland. No, it was not bland. Assassin's Creed combat was tight. It was tight. It wasn't tight. It was tight. You know why? Because it's about assassination. It's not about battling. You are a lethal and efficient assassin. Assassins are not out here to battle anyone. The reason that the gameplay was the way it was whenever they found you and it was like slow and frustrating, whatever, is because you shouldn't be doing it, bruv. You shouldn't be doing it. What you should be doing is being an assassin. That's why you can beat Hitman by shooting everyone. You can fucking do it, no doubt. But have you tried playing Hitman as a shooter? Is that shit fun?
I've never tried though.
But won't you fail some of the missions because you need to sort of like be stealthy?
The ones that you can beat, it's not fun.
Okay,
it's not fun because you shouldn't be doing that.
And
it goes back to even when I was talking about Dustborn. Remember when I was talking about Dustborn? Purpose. A narrative game, the purpose of a narrative game is not how it plays. The purpose of a narrative game is how tight that narrative is. That's why when people talk about The Walking Dead season 1, no one sits there talking to you about, oh, the reaction of the characters when you press the buttons is so on point. The way they walk, the mechanics. So no one gives a fuck about no mechanics. People tell you about Lee. People tell you about about Clementine. That's what people
Oh, I thought you were
gravitate
talking
towards.
I almost thought you were talking about the series. I'm like Walking Dead.
No,
Oh,
I'm
you
talking
said
about the
Clementine.
video game, bruv.
Yeah, I
Because
figured.
people did not show up to those games for tight gameplay. We showed up for narrative. So no one shows up to these to like Halo for narrative. Although I like the narrative, most people don't show up to Halo for narrative. It just is what it is. You have to keep the main thing the main thing. And people, including developers, just they're too butthurt to make peace with that. That you're here to make a video game. The only question you should ask yourself is, what's this video game about? Is it about football? Then you better make sure that 99% of this and your focus is around football. Don't make it 10% football, 90%, oh, do the players kneel properly because of Black Lives Matter? We have to maintain the main thing being the main thing. Then all the extras, people will ignore the extras, bro. Tai, I wanted to ask you this, and I know you have to go, but this is something that was at the back of my mind. I wanted to ask you this: is it me or the protagonist from Metaphor Refantasio is black?
He seems like he's a bit tanned, so maybe more Italian.
Oh, it sounds Italian. The name, isn't it? Like Red Fantasio. What is that?
Yeah. In my opinion, the right pronunciation is Fantasio. That's
most probably.
That's me leaning into the Italian side. I don't know. But yeah, for me, that character leans more into like the black side. But I don't see anyone saying that oh, this is woke, this is whatever, because it's a good character, it's a good game. So even the grifters are like, yo, steer clear. So just make it good, and you won't have any problems. Richie says his color is spoil. Oh my goodness. All right. Let's plug this before we end at 4 hours for a freaking podcast. Tai, plug your stuff.
Hey, what's up? Sorry, I was muted there. I was on a call. You guys can find me at TAYETALKS. That's Taya Talks, and that's on Twitter and YouTube.
Right. Ushers. Plug.
You guys can go check out my channel. I've just posted one video up so far. I should have a couple
more. Put it on the
more
comment section.
It's just Oz the Wiz.
I'll put it on the comment section, please.
And yeah, like my next video. So my first video was about Dragon Age: The Veil God. Just
grifters gonna grift.
My opinion about like how us old fans feel about the game. My next video is gonna be about the first Descendant because I've played so much of that game and I've got a few opinions in terms of like why it's been so successful and why personally I like it. So that's gonna be up. Everything is done. It's just the audio that I need to do for that. But yeah, name is up on the chat. I'm only gonna plug that for now because I've plugged all the other stuff in it.
So quick tip, Oshes, just so you don't fall into the trap of audience capture or being accused of being a grifter or whatever. Maybe try and balance it out by doing one positive, one negative.
I don't know. Like Taya would tell you if it's go check it out. You let me know if it's positive because I try tonally. I try to be neutral. But tell me what you think. Go listen to it and tell me if you thought what you thought of it.
I'm just going to spam in the comment section. Grifter alert. Grifter alert.
Yeah,
I'm warning you that's what I'm going to do. So now you know.
Yeah, go ahead. Like at least it'll be a comment. I don't think I have any views or comments on that yet. I think it's like Tai is one view. But I know I'm just happy to just have to start creating content. For me, the most important thing is
6 views.
Is it? Wow, that's a lot.
All right. I like it. I like it. All right, I'll watch it right before I go to bed because since I'm not going to work tomorrow, I can wake up a bit later. Actually, you know what? No, I'll think about it later. I'll think about it later. Anyway, what? What?
All good on my side. Guys, thanks for tuning in.
I thought you said something.
Nope.
Okay. Thank you to everyone for coming through. Thank you for the super chats. Thank you for all the very interesting conversations. The comments were very helpful. It's very nice to discuss amongst ourselves, but it's also nice to know that our comment section is an open space for people to freely express their thoughts and opinions on often divisive topics. I hope you guys continue to feel at home on TSWS to share your thoughts and opinions around video games and the people that make said video games. Make sure to smash the like button, subscribe if you're new. We will be, we're on every single day of the week, really. So on Mondays we do Everything Plus Gaming, which was the pod we just seen now. Welcome in, Day Easy. You're never late, but you're always on time. Tuesdays, I stream Football Manager, but I'm thinking about streaming Lost Adelin tomorrow. I'll think about it. Wednesdays, me and Ham do the Lowdown. It's a podcast where we strictly focus only on video game news. So it's not as divisive as the Monday show. But judging from the amount of people in here, y'all don't mind. Thursdays for now are open, but we'll see what we're gonna slot in there. Once in a while it's behind them sticks, but for now we're gonna leave it open. Fridays it's bullsitting. This is the show that we do, like the big hangout with everyone. So me, Ham, Cozy, Matt, Mental Nina, and a special guest or two. Saturdays, Kalela comes through to stream Halo live, and it's ranked. Make sure to watch that on Saturday. She's very good. Sundays, we're all off taking a rest. And then on Mondays, we are back doing Everything Plus Gaming. So yeah, thank you so much, everyone. We really do appreciate everyone's support and liking and getting this out to the algorithm. We're trying to grow without the grift, and we hope you appreciate our content. Yeah. Anyways, thank you so much, and we'll see you tomorrow for the Football Manager stream. Goodbye.